It appears that we are now live. Well now. Hello everybody and welcome to the Robot Rampage League. We are already on to week 10. We're getting really close to the end of the season. I don't know how to feel about that. I'm not Mr. Psycho, but I am your host for this week. Dr. Baconburger or Burnout or Steve or I don't know. I go by many names. You guys know what they are already, so. I see we have lots of friends here. Razor, Mighty Hydra, Mr. Circuit, Nitro. Welcome, everybody. What is everybody looking forward to this week in the league? Because we have a lot going on, actually. There's going to be a lot of matches this week that are a little one-sided. Some of the higher-end teams and lower-end teams. So it's going to be really about prioritizing point scoring for everybody. Especially for the teams that are like really close to the top. Sinister versus Lads could be fun, says Liam. Yeah, I'm cautiously optimistic about that one. Hopefully the fights actually produce something entertaining. We'll see. Really want to see Heavy Metal pull off some great fights. Me too. They're not having a great time, and I'm a little annoyed by it. Trying to pull out a band t-shirt to see if they do any good. Pride versus Magnums look good. Funny you should mention that, Zester, because the NYC Pride and the Wiltshire Magnums is actually going to be our feature match for this stream because both of them are 3rd and 4th in Division 3. They're really close to moving up to 2nd place as well and like also dropping out of the playoff spot, so really important for them to maximize points against each other and trying to push someone down below the cutoff line. We'll see how that goes. And our feature fight for the stream is going to be Remote Control and RRL, which is when No Beanie fights Sanctuary later in the stream. RRL is still currently the only undefeated middleweight, and it's taking on one of the highest DPS middleweights, which even though, like, on paper it looks like it should be RRL's fight, piston physics don't work like you think they do. So I think Remote Control actually has a chance to break it. We'll see. Looking forward to NYC and Magnum. Anthracite versus Avalon for the best of the worst. You know, I mean, last time I think Avalon took on the meme team. That actually ended up being a really fun match, so maybe we'll get more of that. Who knows? I see Tomabris and Letheon have made it to the chat. Well, one thing before we get started, I might have gone to the store after last week, and I found some stuff at Target. It's the new Hex Bugs, Rusty and Hypershock. I found them just hanging out there. We were waiting for them to come in because my sister works at Target, but we went to another one instead, so here's your little dumb Rusty staring into your soul. He's got tracks and everything. Pretty decent hammer. This is the Rusty Jr. that never got built, unfortunately. And Hypershock looks fucking amazing, actually. Like, slap a spoiler on the back of it here and you may as well have a race car. It also has the single disc that it used in the Battle Boss Champion episode recently. So, really cool to have a bunch of these. And I also got some, well, I actually bought these for Mike specifically. And I also bought some for Sam Elliott 64 for when Mike goes to Roburn. He's going to take some of the Hex Bugs for him. So, we have those hanging out here. They're going to hang out on the Hex Bug shelf in a little bit. The difference in quality between Hypershock and Rusty. You know, see, Hypershock, since this one is, like, actually fully built and went in the arena, like, everyone has all the details on it. Whereas Rusty Jr., there's just a CAD for it. So, that's why it looks almost like a McDonald's toy, which I kind of like the aesthetic of that, actually. So, and also, randomly want to note, my co-host for this stream is Nelly, the Ellie bot down here. She's going to be hanging out with me, being a good little murder robot. Alright, well, I think it's worth actually looking at the standings from last week, since there was a lot going on. Here are your judges' decisions, folks. If you notice on the top right, Dunning, Kruger, Leslie, and Gale, the multi-bot fight, one of the closest decisions we have ever had. I believe both judges actually split which of the ones won, just at the points swung in favor of Leslie and Gale in total. And also, we say we have the closest one, also one of the most lopsided ones with Acidic Lemon and Cavity Search. Very fun. Oh, Rusty Jr. was at the show, says Letheon. I just think, I don't know if they could get it in weight to actually run it, but at least it was a chance. Someone called Sarah Nelly's been taken, says Razor. Yeah, actually, worth noting, the Nellybot team actually put the robot for sale and it was sold to somebody, so I don't know if the buyers have gone public yet, but we might see Nelly pop up somewhere. We don't know. Ah, yes, the plushie formerly known as Nelly. Yeah. Ah, Logan has made it to the chat. Endgamer's made it. Hey, good to see you, Endgamers. Good to see you. Well, standings time. Here are your Division 1 and 2 standings. As you can see, not a ton of movement going on. It's mostly just swap seedings, one place here or there. As Syndicate is up to second, Levantine sitting in third. Heavy Metal is currently in the playoff spot, and Kinetic is just a little bit behind them. It's really going to be a duel between them and maybe the Robot Rebels for that last spot in Division 2 over the last couple of weeks. We'll see which of them actually pulls it out. I think it might be Heavy Metal, but now that I say that, they're probably losing every fight. They're losing every match for the next couple of weeks. I just know it. Pretty bog standard stuff. And Pelagic and Jubilife, I believe, are tied for the overall lead as well. And then Division 3 and 4, pretty much more of the same, just swapping around playoff spots. Legends and Hellrazers swap spots, because Legends had a really good week last week. Be really interesting to see who jumps up in Division 3, primarily, because even the Hellrazers have a shot, if they have a good week or two, to hop up to challenge for 4th place, so chance for that. And there's going to be probably a 3-team race for the last spot in Division 4 as well. Lads, Sanctuary, and Permanganate are all very close in there. It'll be interesting to see who actually makes it in the end. I think we might get some surprises over the next couple of weeks. Division 3 looking a bit less even now. It's still relatively even. Like, if a team puts up a big week, they have a shot to get in, but you can't just gnaw away at 5-6 points and have a shot to get in there. Yes, the Circus is now leading in draws. Razor really needing a win. Yeah, Hellrazer's not having a good time. We'll see how they do this week. So, I believe, on that note, it is time to get into the robot fighting, my friends. But first, before we do that, I would like to give a big shout out to our Patreon stream sponsors. This is a $10 tier on Patreon where you can become a sponsor of the streams. You're literally paying for us to have the lights on and keep the internet running, and it's fantastic, you guys. We can't thank you enough for it. Because we're doing 4 streams a month, it's roughly $2.50 a stream, and the gold tier members at the top, which are $15, also get to see our IRL robot builds. Mike's going to be posting something soon regarding the Robo Nerd build. I believe he just filled with something, so it should be working, hopefully. Yes, we cannot thank you all enough. And a lot of these patrons also have teams in the league. Like, our first match is actually going to feature Mighty Hydra 24's team. So let's get into the action. Because this may or may not surprise you, but we're going to be opening up this week with the Tennessean Syndicate, Mighty Hydra's team. Ooh boy, and they're going to be taking on the meme team, which I believe is Jim Jamatic's team, old Robot Wars YouTuber. Oh, Tomarvers, that is a hell of a dig. RRL more enjoyable than your girlfriend jumping up and down watching her soccer team lose. Sheesh. I mean, hey, at least they're competing. Knowing US teams, they wouldn't even be able to compete most of the time. Alright, well, first match of the week. We start, as always, with Whammy for Team Syndicate. Sit and spinner with 2 V-shaped spikes on each end. Sits and spins in place. Has very good reach and has actually been one of the more underrated lightweights and one of the best for the Syndicate so far. The meme team has Demagnetized Internet. It's a rammer with 4 ice pick weapons on the front, which kind of do damage here and there, but are more kind of defensive. Notably, though, it is not invertible for a rammer. So what does chat think is going to happen in our opening fight? Quite a few people going for Whammy, so a couple thinking DMAC has a chance. Whammy needs to take a wheel off quickly, says Liam. We did see Whammy lose a very close fight to PogChamp, I believe, fairly recently, so there's a chance Demagnetized Internet could do the same. It also has to worry about potentially being flipped over, because I think Whammy does have enough spinning power to knock it over. So let's get this week's action underway. Ooh, Demagnetize actually got under Whammy to start. Got a nice hit on it, and however, Whammy is taking its time trying to get up to speed. There's a huge shot on the wheel there, actually. Demagnetize Internet's doing a great job of keeping Whammy stopped when it goes in for the hits. Not letting the sit and spinner get up to speed. And getting a couple hits here and there on either the extenders or the wheels. And also scooping under Whammy a little bit as well. Ooh, and now Demagnetize has it fully stopped, although it is backed off now. Whammy is starting to cave in that right side of Demagnetized Internet. Generally, both robots are just kind of trading blows back and forth. Ooh, now Demagnetized has a fantastic scoop under Whammy, who is able to drive off the front of the Internet and get away. Although now, Whammy's been corralled into the grinder and got at least one wheel into the grinder right there. Demagnetized Internet doing a great job at controlling the sit and spinner. Ooh, Whammy was briefly caught under the grinder with its spike assembly, but has now gotten free. Oh, but now it's gotten parked on top of it again. Its wheels are stuck off the ground, and Demagnetized Internet can just go into... Oh, but it broke off, and that gave Whammy the chance to get its wheels on the ground. However, now the Demagnetized Internet has broken both spike assemblies off. And a wheel has now come off of Whammy. The Syndicate is not looking good right now. Whammy's trying everything, just throwing its wheels at the floor to move. Fortunately, it looks like Demagnetized Internet is starting to run low on battery power. It is not moving very well. Not sure it's going to be able to go in for a kill. It's got just about a minute left to do it. Whammy's got nothing right now. Ooh, there's a control board hit, even for how slow it is. Demagnetized Internet is getting those hits. He's got 50 seconds to get more of that. Or is it just going to go for the last wheel on Whammy? We don't know. This doesn't bode well. Whammy's gotten stuck on the ice picks of Demagnetized, who's just content with pushing it instead of backing off and going for the kill. Either way, the meme team's really looking to try to steal points here rather than scoring high off of Syndicate. The meme team is currently in last place in their division, pretty far behind second to last, so... Yeah, Demagnetized just does not have the drive power to finish off the Syndicate, so... Our first match of the week is going to go to the judges. As always, we will confer with our judges during the week because we're not expecting them to be here all the time, as staying around for a 5-hour stream can be a bit difficult. As I'm sure you all know, judging criteria is damage, control, strategy, aggression, and a singular point for spectacle to whoever the judge feels put on the best show. So we will see how the judges end up scoring that one later. A very tactical opening match, if I do say so myself. Holding it to 1 point is beneficial, says Lucian. Yeah, it actually keeps Syndicate in the match at least. The best the meme team could get out of that is 1 point. So... Definitely have a bad feeling about this week, says Mr. Circuit. You know, yeah, you never know what you're going to see. I mean, with the last time we had a lot of top-heavy matches, the really top-heavy teams didn't really win. So, speaking of very top-heavy, the Syndicate's middleweight is exceptionally gifted. It is a 4-wheel drive rammer with a battering ram of axe heads on the front. It is one of the most damaging middleweights by far. Instead of taking the sludge approach and going full send into everything, It's a little bit more patient, wears down the opponent's armor, and then goes in for the kill. The meme team has On Your Own in the middleweights. It is an undercutting spinner. 2 spikes on the disc, it has some ramp plates on the front, and it is invertible, but it is also winless on the season. It's not been doing too hot. It's taking on one of the top middleweights. Mighty Hydra, if Axe exceptionally loses that, he's flipping his table. You know, just for that, I want to see you flip your table now. I want to see it happen. I think that would be comical as hell. Yeah, pretty much everybody going for exceptional. Well, the main thing here is that Syndicate's going to want to get a lot of points back after, even though they're only down 1 point, they still lost one of their main point scorers in Whammy, so which of these teams will solidify some points instead of a decision? Exceptionally goes in, very patient approach, just content with pushing On Your Own back to the wall. Already doing huge damage getting through those ramp plates, it looks like. On Your Own spinner not quite doing a whole lot too exceptionally. And exceptionally definitely has the drive power to bully the undercutter. And just like that, the undercutters come off, as has all of the front armor of On Your Own. Exceptionally just tactically going through that armor, using its battering ram to its advantage. Ooh, and now there's control board hits on Your Own, and that is a 35-second knockout for Exceptionally Gifted. Looks as though the hive mind of chat was correct. So there you are, 3 points to the Syndicate. The mob not happy about potentially wasting their lightweight fight, it looks like. But now it's heavyweight time. Not only heavyweight time, it is multi-bot time. Our first multi-bot appearance of the stream. Oh, someone quick says free shadow. Yeah, it's exceptionally can pour on the damage very quickly with how its battering ram is lined up. And even for the defenses on Your Own, it didn't have the weaponry to try to break it, so that is what it is. So, heavyweights. Syndicate has Relentless Heartburn. It is a dual vertical spinner with 4-wheel drive, burst wedges in the front. It is probably the most BattleBots meta robot you could have in Robot Arena 2. Been very efficient for the Syndicate so far. I think it might only have like 1 or 2 losses. I think it's been very impressive. It only has 2. Oh yeah, it had a very unfortunate loss last week to a robot it probably should have beat. But the meme team has a multi-bot. It is 4 pound 90. 4 pound is the vertical spinner, 2 razor tips on the discs. 90 is the dual side axe with fireman's axes. They specialize in kind of trying to swarm around the backside of opponents when they're focused on one of them, and maybe catching exposed wheels like Relentless Heartburn has. Mighty Hydra gave some encouraging words to Relentless Heartburn's driver following what they did last week. Hope those words actually worked. I'm assuming they were words and not other methods, my friend. Quite a few people are actually going for the multi-bot here. That's interesting. I believe out of all the multi-bots, 4 pound 90 is probably the worst performing so far by record, but you know, there's a lot of exposed components and chassis on Relentless Heartburn, so can the meme team retaliate? Relentless Heartburn has chosen to go after the side axe and has opened its wheels to attack from 4 pound. Both of the multi-bots are getting chassis hits and wheel hits on Relentless Heartburn, who's just getting boxed into a corner now, although 4 pound has now been turned over by those dual vertical spinners. Ooh, and so has 90 now. One of the axes has also come off of it. Relentless Heartburn is being relentless, trying to get these minions out of its way. Trying to get the multi-bots to almost hit each other here. Control board hits now on 90. It looks like Relentless Heartburn is definitely living up to its name and being relentless. That is 90 dead. Worth noting that in order to score the full 3 points for a knockout, both of the multibots have to be knocked out. I'm not entirely sure that's going to be an issue for Relentless Heartburn. It is taking it to the smaller robots. Absolutely tearing them apart, and it's gotten the knockout in 63 seconds. Wasn't looking pretty at first. The driver looked a little bit nervous at the start, but in the end, the Syndicate did what they needed to do. They got the job done, which is what you need when you're the mob. So just like that, the match has been sealed for the Tennessean Syndicate. They can no longer lose. They have 6 points, and the best the meme team could do if they get that decision is maybe 4. So, once again, the basement dwellers remain there. It's all right though. At least they're very memey basement dwellers. Now we get the heavyweight, super heavyweights. Sorry. £4.9, I think, is the only multibot that is under 500, says Nitro. Yeah, I believe so. I remember looking at the multibot records, and most of them are hovering around 500, with the exception of like 1 or 2. And £4, I think, is the one that's been a little bit worse. But they're also in the stacked Division 1 and 2 bracket, so I'm not that surprised they're having a bad time. Alright. Super heavyweight time. The Syndicate have one father in the super heavyweights. It is a rotator-esque dual horizontal spinner, one overhead, one undercutting. Very well armored on either side, but we've seen those wheels, how far they stick out on the bottom and top. Pretty easy to take off, as it turns out. The meme team have Monk Eat Banan, 4-wheel drive spike strip flipper, has 4 spike strips in the front. Also has lots of wheel guards and defense on the sides, but it is rather slow. We shall see what chat thinks here. Are you drinking Coke? No, I'm drinking a mysterious cola that I discovered at a store in the area. It's very mysterious. I'm going to say one father's screwed, but Monk is a little slower. Yeah, we'll see if that really plays into effect of the meme team strategy here. We shall see. Quite a few people actually thinking the monkey might have a chance here. Is one father invertible? Yes, one father is indeed invertible. Hence why it is also the rotator clan. However, we have seen those big wheels that, because of how far they stick out the top and bottom for invertibility, are very easy to take off if you get underneath it. So, can the Syndicate get more points? Maybe take lead in their division? Or will the meme team play spoiler? Very slowly get to the middle. Monk slides right under the undercutter of one father. Although now it has kind of mistimed his flippers and gotten stuck on the armor segments of one father. Both kind of tangled in here right now. Ooh, some of the defensive work goes flying off of one father. Because of how long it is, it's not quite able to get away and spin away. It's also lost a wheel now. Monk is absolutely taking it to one father at this time. All of the left side wheel guards are off as well. Monkey is just very patiently trying to work through that armor and keep one father at bay. Is one father able to break the count? I don't know. Has a very hard time moving with only one wheel, it looks like. Ooh, it looks like it just broke the count. That was very close. Monkey goes in again, getting more lifts and more flips onto one father. Definitely starting to do some chassis damage. One father smoking quite heavily off of that left side. It looks like Monk Eat Banana has lost at least one of its flipping spikes. It's still relatively in control of this fight. Currently halfway through. Both of them, I believe there's a count going on right now. Can't really tell. Oh, no, either way, it sounds like they broke it, but I think Monkey Banana is down to only 2 of its flipping spikes. Also noting, Monkey Banana does not have a whole lot of battery power, so it's going to be a lot harder for those flippers to fire the later this fight goes. Has taken One Father over to a grinder, but the defensive features are doing their job, keeping it from going all the way in. There's a count on somebody here. I think it might be on One Father, although it was able to break it. Surprisingly mobile for only one wheel. Now Monkey's just pinning it into the corner. Either trying to get that TKO count or maybe trying to get One Father into the grinder. It's backed off now. I'm not sure if One Father's going to be able to get out of that space in time. Oh, but it has. Monk's actually taking a ton of damage from that overhead spinner on One Father. And now it looks like all the flipping segments are off of the Monkey. Oh no. "10 seconds remaining. One Father has to break a count. Is it able to? The count was broken, so this fight is going to go to the judges. Monk was not able to finish the deal against the mob. So that's going to be yet another judge's decision in this match. Very crucial, though, that the only two fights that the Syndicate could potentially lose here, it was able to take to the judges and not lose very many points. So very, very good work from the Syndicate to limit their damage. So the Syndicate has at least 6 points. There's 2 up for grabs in those decisions. We'll see what the judges think, how those points end up getting split. All right. Chat seems to be believing the Beam team is going to get those decisions. We shall see as we set up our second match. It's going to be the West Elizabeth Warbears out of the Red Dead Redemption world, taking on the Orlando Commandos. Go H2SO4. So the Warbears have Ursa Minor and lightweight's overhead asymmetric spinner. It's got a sledgehammer counterweight on one side and an iron spike on the other. Very exposed chassis, though. If that spinner gets stopped, it's very easy to get to its chassis. Commandos have more airtime. It is a piston flipper. Pistons work in this game is a little bit different than real life because pistons are missing some of the laws of physics. So they have some adequate power shooting upwards, but all of the power retracting. So more airtime may or may not be able to self-right, but it could get potentially some flips here. And actually, you've got a flip over a very similar robot to Ursa Minor in the previous fight. Everybody going for the spinner in this fight. Yeah, it is up against a robot called Airtime. We know how those fights usually go. It's actually a very important match because these two teams are third and fourth in fourth and fifth in Division 1 right now. So this is essentially to try to boost into a playoff spot here. Both of these teams are going to be battling the rest of the season in points. Ooh, a huge hit to open up from Ursa Minor on the right side of more airtime. Ooh, and more airtime mistimed a flip and threw itself over at too much power. Was able to self-right though, although it mistimed yet another flip on the spinner. Ooh, Ursa Minor's spinner's doing a ton of damage. Already gotten control board hits and a wheel off of the piston flipper. Now it's just a matter of time. Another control board hit. Warbears are really looking to try to take advantage and get ahead of the Commandos in the playoffs here. Ooh, these physics bombs have not been too bad, so I've been letting them go. And that is the knockout. 48 seconds. Ursa Minor Doing the chat some justice. The prediction's right. And that's a quick 3 points to the Warbears. I actually looked at some stats recently. The Warbears have like a 75% KO to win ratio. Like 75% of the fights, they're just KOing and getting 3 points every time. Very, very good way to get in the standings. Pistons seem really bad, says Endgamer. Pistons are not honestly that bad. Piston flippers, on the other hand, it depends on how you make them. Because I want to say one of the ring out leader of the season is actually a piston flipper, but it's in a weight class where there's more pistons available to use. So we are on to the middleweights now. The Warbears have Grismo in the middleweights. It is also a four-wheel drive rammer, similar to Exceptionally Gifted. However, this one has high-powered motors, so it just yeets itself headfirst into everything. Iron spikes, bear claws on the side can be very destructive. The Commandos have Barbecue in the middleweights. It is a sit-and spinner with lots of iron spikes and ram plates protecting its very well guarded wheels. Can be pretty effective, but it does not like wedges. Predictions chat, what you got? To be fair, Barbecue has only lost to other rammers. Pretty much, yeah. Barbecue's actually been very consistent. I think it's on a 7 consecutive win streak right now, so it's been the main point scorer for Orlando for sure. Similar to last season, shockingly. Now for something that's been a wildfire hazard in the UK. Barbecues, yeah. See, in the US, it's gender reveal parties that are the real wildfire hazard. Chat seems pretty split between these two. I think Grismo's drive power could come into play here, so can the Warbears add to their lead? Let's find out. Huge opening charge from Grismo shoves Barbecue to the wall, but they have now reset, and Barbecue is going to work trying to get to the wheels of the Rampers. Kind of out of control at the moment. Yo, it scooped right under Barbecue and made it Beyblade in the air. That was pretty cool. Grismo actually using its speed to try to get Barbecue stopped and then going for the charge. Really good way to open up a shot to those wheels, maybe. But Barbecue's not having any of it right now. Oh. Looks like Grismo's trying to deke out which way to try to go at Barbecue. And Barbecue just get content with spinning in place. Ooh, another weird ram there. Barbecue kind of bounced on the floor. A minute in, and both these robots have just kind of been dueling. Trying to feel each other out for an opening, it looks like. Commandos content with letting the aggressive rammer come into their sit-and spinner. Ooh, there's a wheel off of Grismo, though. Now that the wheels are imbalanced on each side, it's going to be very hard for it to line up a ram. Has gotten some weaponry off of Barbecue. More off of it as well. It looks like actually Barbecue's really starting to lose some of its damaging components. Grismo has lost at least one bear claw. It's been a very tactical match so far. One challenge with sit-and spinners especially is that because they have to sit and spin in place, it relies on the opponent charging in to go for the kill, which, while Rammer is very good at that, with Grismo being so imbalanced right now, Barbecue's just not able to really go in to try to take them out right now. Barbecue's also lost a ton of its weaponry now, and it's lost one of its wheels. Grismo is able to get its spikes in there at the right time. And now that it's lost one of the other left side wheels, Grismo was balanced in drive power, but now both of these robots are down to one wheel remaining. The unstoppable force and immovable object have shockingly stalemated themselves, basically. Well, Barbecue is still very efficient spinning with only one wheel, but it's not really able to have translational movement in order to get closer to Grismo. Well, they're kind of getting a little bit closer, but time is unfortunately winding down. The count on barbecue, it breaks it. And it looks like we are going to go to the judges once more. I would not expect Grismo of all robots to be able to make it to the judges in a fight. Like, with how exposed its wheels are and how ridiculous it is, I don't know. Wow, very, almost identical damage totals, my goodness. That might be the most even damage totals we have ever seen in a single fight. I've seen, like, exact ones before, like, off camera. That's gonna be about as close as I get. That's gonna be a very close decision. I hope I wish good luck for the judges on that one. That's gonna be hard to judge. But while we ponder that decision, we're gonna be moving on to the heavyweights. So, heavyweights. The Warbears have their namesake Warbear in the heavyweights. It's two dual side axes. One side's kind of like a bear claw. The other side's a nice sledgehammer with spikes on it. Has some spike wedgelets in the front to do a little bit of damage when it stalemates or wedges under stuff. The Commandos have Hot Mess, which is also its namesake. It is quite the mess. It is kind of a full-body drum spinner. It has two vertical spinning drums that spin around its chassis with wheels and wedges going out from the bottom. It is very bizarre, but it works. It's actually been pretty effective for the Commandos so far. What's chat thinking here? Probably leaning towards Hot Mess because Warbear cannot hit its chassis. You know, that's a reasonable opinion. Warbear, as long as its claws don't get ripped off. Ah, Robert Bullis stopped to stop it. Catch the VOD later. Yes. If you guys ever have to just duck out and can't watch the full stream, go right ahead. You can pop in any time, and the stream will be archived afterwards. So you can watch back everything. It will be time-stamped and everything, so you can go watch whatever teams you're looking for. People seem to be pretty split between the two. I'm thinking Hot Mess is going to have an interesting problem because when it stalemates with its wedges in the front, it tips forward, and there's going to be a lot of exposed chassis on Warbear to do that. However, that will also open up its wheels to attack. Let's see which of these two heavyweights comes out on top. Ooh, Hot Mess does flip over the top of Warbear and is now spinning downwards and is doing a ton of damage to the side axe robot. The side axes just aren't able to do enough damage. Even though both of the drive motors on Hot Mess are smoking, Hot Mess is still mobile for the moment. Although I have stalemated, but Hot Mess has lost a wheel to the grinder. Warbear has moved it over there and has done a ton of damage to it now. Not sure if Hot Mess is going to be able to get out of there. Warbear's lost its sledgehammer on the end of its left side arm. Hot Mess was able to break the count, but it can only spin in circles at this point. Ooh, but the remaining axe, the left side axe on Warbear, I should say, has come off. It still has the spikes on the right side axe, but it is not quite able to do the same amount of damage. Both of these robots have taken a ton of damage only a minute into this fight. To be expected from the Warbears, especially, considering their KO proficiency. There's a count right now on Hot Mess, and it is not moving. Is it high-centered? I think Hot Mess might be high-centered on debris on the floor. It is! That's going to be a TKO for Warbear in 85 seconds. That is a bizarre way to get a win. So it looks like there might be something tucked underneath the remaining drive motor on Hot Mess there, so it was not able to move with its one remaining wheel. And just like that, The Warbears have locked up this match with 5 points. Alright, and now it is time for the super heavyweights. Not looking too good for the Commandos being down this badly against a team they would most likely be fighting in the playoffs. Oh! I tell a lie, it is not super heavyweight time. It is time for the game to crash. Well, thank you to our Patreon stream sponsor for sponsoring our crash page. $10 a month tier, you can support the league. Literally helps us keep the lights on and keep our internet running. Letting us do what we do. We cannot thank you guys enough for supporting the league. We'll get to a lot of the patron teams later on as well. I think we might have one up next, actually. Oh, not quite. They're coming up, though. Anyway. Not you. Team 8. Ooh, this is kind of, a bit of a Season 1 rematch, in a way. So, the West Elizabeth Warbears have Smashy McSmash Face 2, the sequel in the Super Heavies, 5 overhead swinging axe arms, 3 sledgehammers, and 2 ice picks. It's got some wedges in the front and some wheel guards at the side. It can be very, very destructive when it gets under stuff to hit it. The Commandos have King Drillosaurus. It has 3 overhead spinning discs, has some ram plates and wedges in the front, and very exposed drive motors on either side. It's a bit more of a control bot and more focuses on getting stuff up on top of those grinding discs, but let's see what happens here. Bit of a Season 1 rematch. Obviously, Smashy McSmashface, very famous, infamous robot, I should say, from Season 1, and King Drillosaurus is the rebuild of Drillosaurus from Season 1. Smashy needs a ring out to complete the cycle, says Mighty Hydra. I think it would be hilarious if Smashy could get a ring out somehow, considering it's an axe bot. We've seen weirder shit. We've seen much weirder shit. Nitro pointing out that Drillosaurus was a heavyweight last season, so these two never actually fought. Well, I like to think Drillosaurus had rebuilt itself so it could take on the legend himself. So, can the Commandos get some points out of this match, considering they've already lost? Ooh, very weird collision there. King Drillosaurus did slide under Smashy McSmashface and tipped it over. Even though it has self-righted, it is remaining on top of the horizontal spinners. King Drillosaurus just grinding away at the underside. What it does is just put stuff over in a corner and just grinds away over time. They reset. Smashy's gotten a couple of hits on those ram plates on the axes. One of the ram plates is now off of King Drillosaurus. It's lost one of its sledgehammers, but one of the wedges has come off of the King. Smashy doing what it can to try to stay in the fight, but it has now made its way over to a grinder. King Drillosaurus slid under it again. Smashy's still going to town with those picks. Drillosaurus trying to do a spin move to get underneath Smashy, but it's not quite working. Ooh, but now King Drillosaurus has gotten on top of the wedge on Smashy, and Smashy's going to town. The entire front assembly off of the King, and most of the axes are coming off of Smashy now that they are in direct contact with the discs. Both robots just dueling weapons here now. One of the discs has now come off of King Drillosaurus. The remaining sledgehammer on Smashy doing work. King Drillosaurus has lost most of its defense and some of its weaponry, whereas Smashy's mostly just down on weaponry at this point. Both teams trying to go for the kill to maximize those points. Oh, there's control board hits now on King Drillosaurus. That remaining sledgehammer on Smashy. What the fuck? That remaining sledgehammer was doing damage, but King Drillosaurus made a driving mistake and killed itself on the grinder. You dumbass. 107 seconds left. 113 total. That is a very bizarre way for Smashy to get a knockout, but the Warbears will take those 3 points, trying to leap over the Commandos maybe. It's a big match win too. They have at least 8 points with that decision remaining. That could be a shutout for the Warbears. And considering they were what? They're only 1 point behind the Commandos before, so they have definitely leaped over the defending champions. Actually, probably leapt over into third now because the Supernovas were only 2 points ahead of them. What's Smashy 2's record now? I believe it's like 50-50. Let me look. Yeah, it's 5-5 now, so it's exactly at 500. Not too bad. But it is now time for our third match of the stream. And we have another returning Season 1 team here in the Robot Rebels out of Detroit. And they're taking on the aforementioned Supernovas out of Halifax. A king killing itself, that's a first as Temebris. You know, there's probably been a lot of other kingly suicides in history, but nobody remembers them. Alright, so kicking off match number 3 here. The Rebels have Overclock in the lightweights. It is a piston poker with 5 iron spikes on there. Has very good reach, just shooting out and killing stuff from afar. Has very exposed chassis and doesn't play much of a ground game, to be fair. The Supernovas have Tycho in the lightweights. It is a singular front hinge flipper with a spike strip. Pretty good burst wedge on the front, but also has a lot of exposed chassis on either side. What's chat thinking about here? Moz is a sad man. Please explain yourself, Moz, because you're kind of dominating the league right now, dog. Also, thank you for making it to the stream live for once. I know it's late as hell where you are. There's an Overclock on a crazy winning streak right now. Yes, Overclock, I believe, is actually on 6 consecutive fight wins. It's been somewhat underrated considering the roller coaster performance that the Rebels have been having. Let me actually double check that for our good friend. Not you. Yeah, Overclock's on actually 7 consecutive fights. It's been putting in work, just we're not seeing it because the Rebels haven't been doing the greatest. Chat seems to be relatively split between these two, so let's get underway and see what happens. Ooh, Tycho slides right under Overclock to start. I think it got a hit on the chassis, but now they've kind of locked themselves into what we call a microwave. Overclock tried getting away with its piston, but Tycho is having none of it. Oh boy, we could be here for a while, huh? Overclock trying to shoot that piston into that left side wheel of Tycho, but not a whole lot going on. Well, since we appear to have a bit of time for a discussion, I'm going to ask you guys a question. Chat, what are some robots you would like to see made into hex bugs? Whether they be from BattleBots or Robot Wars, honestly, because there were some Robot Wars hex bugs when they were on the air. Robots you guys want to see? I would actually really like to see Thor from Robot Wars made in what I absolutely love the reboot series Thor. Fantastic axe robot. Oh, they broke the microwave. Overclock went over the wedge again on Tycho, who is firing the flipper into the side of the piston poker. Overclock is getting some hits on to Tycho's wedge, but the front hinge flipper looks rather unamused. Now Tycho's just pinning it to the wall. Stalling for time. I don't know if that's really what you need when you need lots of points. There's a count going on right now. Are they going to break it? Ooh, they did. Overclock used its piston to break the count. Very clever strategy. Ooh, but Tycho is having none of Overclock's shit. Took off most of the rack of spikes. Got a control board hit. Oh boy. I'll get to your Hexbug stuff in a second, folks. Broke another count. Overclock being encouraged to the grinder. Got control board hits on said grinder. And Tycho has killed it in 121 seconds. The Supernovas, who are not known for being very damaging, they actually have the least damaging components, or least damage totals, I should say, in the league. I got a knockout here over the Rebels. So they got a quick 3 points. Well then, that's interesting. Little wait time. That's what we got here. Behemoth is long overdue for a toy, says Razor. Yes, I would love that. A deep 6 hex bug. Dear God. The Judge. Ooh, I would love one for the Judge. Disco Inferno. Love Disco Inferno. Gamma 9, Gigabyte, Deep 6. I would like to see a full body spinner hex bug, but I don't think they could make it safe enough for kids. Considering like the entire radius would be the weapon, it'd be kind of hard to grab without hurting yourself, I should say. Tantrum, Storm 2, Eruption. Would love an Eruption one. Terror Hertz would be pretty cool, actually. Carbide or Magnetar. I would love a Magnetar Hexbug, my man. I love Magnetar and Pulsar. Great robots. Double Jeopardy for fun. Alright, well. Back to robot combat. Middleweight time. Rebels have Woodrow Kilson. It is a hammer saw. Over 2 overhead saws on an articulating arm swinging down. It's named after Jevin Woodrow of the World of Woodrow YouTube channel because he despises the term hammer saw. So there's now one named after him. Supernovas have Kepler. It is a side hinge flipper, but instead of flipping all to one side like some previous ones we've seen, it flips just 2 of them just going straight up like this, known colloquially as a pop-up. Can be very destructive, but it tends to have a bit of trouble keeping its wedge all the way on the floor, so... What's chat thinking about here? Beyblades are self, says Moz Wise and Gigabyte. Beyblades are safe because they rounded the fuck out of the edge of Beyblades. Because I still have some of the OG Beyblades, and those things were sharp as fuck. So, like, yeah, they could do Gigabyte, but it would be the dullest, like, tip to it ever. And, like, I know that's kind of the point for a toy, but it just would not be Gigabyte, in my opinion, unless it had, like, a proper tooth. Everybody going for Kepler. Tamabris wants Woodrow Kilson just so Jevin can be mad. I like your reasoning here. Well, we'll see if Kepler can live up to chat's expectations. I'm a little hesitant myself as the builder of Kepler. They both stalemate. Kepler stalemating with the wedgelets on Woodrow. It's gone up the forks of the hammer saw, and the hammer saw is going to town on its underside. Kepler's not quite able to fully self-right here, and that's given Woodrow a great opportunity to go into the chassis. Overly fire there. It's now gotten up. Ooh, and it's made it to the side of the hammer saw and flipped it over. Looking real bad for Kepler for a second, but it's now going to town on the immobile Woodrow. Doing a lot of damage to the top side of the hammer saw. Both of the stabilizers are now off of it. Trying to work on staying under those forks. Ooh, the Kepler backed off. Both robots are smoking very heavily from the damage they've sustained. Although Kepler's the one getting control board hits now. And it has gotten the knockout in 63 seconds. That was actually a very close fight. Woodrow was able to put up a hell of a fight there. His chat was convinced that Woodrow basically had no chance there, and it almost, honestly probably was very close to getting a knockout over the side flipper. Right, well, that is 6 points to the Supernovas, who can no longer lose. It's going to be great for them because they, the Warbears are getting very close to them in points. See if they can continue the winning ways. Bloodsport and Black Dragon Hexbugs. I would like a Black Dragon one. And I would also love it if they gave it a decal of like the plush duck that the team always has with them. That'd be really cool. All right, we move on to the heavyweights now. The Robot Rebels have Jaws of Death in the heavyweights. It is very similar to Warbear. It has 2 side axes on either side, spike clips and spikes on it. Has a burst wedge in the front and a ram plate for protection. Also some rear defense. Can be pretty good, especially since it is also invertible. Noteworthy because it's taking on Progenitor from the Supernovas for rear hinge flippers. It's what we call a pure flipper, as there are no damaging components on the flipping segments. Got a ring out over a very dangerous robot last week, and I Love You, so it can be a pretty potent flipper, but it's got to get under stuff first. KJ would like a Hexbug of 2 Barbecue from King of Bots. That'd be kind of neat. Ah, Tara, welcome to the stream. It's good to see you. Glad you're able to make it. Either one's a good shot here, but I'm leaning more towards Jaws of Death. Jaws is the one with the damaging components here, but we did also see Progenitor did ring out Warbear, very similar robot to Jaws of Death, so it's possible here. Jaws is probably too awkward to Udis as Tara. Yeah. I mean, let's find out here. The main thing is Jaws has a wedge, so it's going to be a little harder for Progenitor to slide underneath it. Ooh, they meet in the middle. A huge opening toss from Progenitor has gotten Jaws of Death inverted, and it's just content with, well, it was content with sitting there underneath it. After now it's misfired and gotten on top of the side axe robot. And now it's corralled in the corner. Jaws is going to town on its underside. Ooh, and thank God Progenitor has those wheel guards there. It drove straight into the grinder for a second. Jaws is starting to carve up those flippers there. Progenitor getting them mistimed. Can't get those big tosses. It's just getting little ones here and there. Doing a great job of moving Jaws around, but it is taking a lot of damage to those flipping segments. All of them are now off. Progenitor was not able to use its flipping power to the max. Although it is still a pretty effective wedge and is moving Jaws over towards a grinder. Or Jaws is a hat for a second there. It's doing so again. Ooh, Progenitor drove itself into the grinder and got control board hits, and Jaws finished it off in 68 seconds. That was almost kind of a suicidal drive into the grinders there. I think Progenitor kind of gave up. It's like, no, we can't flip it, don't have weapons, just bye. Unfortunately, that leaves the Rebels in the match. They can theoretically get 3 more points and tie the matchup. Now we go to the super heavyweights, and this is a very bizarre matchup. Wish flippers were a bit more consistent performing in the league. Firing as soon as it's underneath the robot doesn't always work out for them. There's actually quite a few flippers where the AI smart zone's actually a lot further up. Like Pathfinder's a great example. It doesn't fire until the robot's all the way on top of it. So a lot of them are AI to like even the Progenitor there. The smart zone is still like an inch or so back from where the flippers actually start. So it's mostly just it mistiming its flips that's causing it. Anyway, super heavyweights. We have the Season 1 veteran Heart Attack coming in for the Rebels. 6-wheel drive rammer, but instead of being a full send rammer with lots of damaging components, it has wedges in the front and kind of almost kind of like a jaw shape in the front to kind of push stuff around, get them to grinders, and use the grinders to get KOs for it instead. The Supernovas have Event Horizon in the super heavyweights. It is a piston flipper. Unlike more airtime that we saw earlier, it has 5 pistons on an arm that just shoot straight upwards like this. Burst wedges in the front, long pontoons, and it is 4-wheel drive, so it's quite fast. Chat seems to mostly be going for Event Horizon. I see a couple calls for a Sludge Fest here. That would be interesting. So, Event Horizon actually has to be very careful here because we've seen Heart Attack get inverted, and when it's inverted, only 2 of its wheels are on the ground. But those spikes at the top are like razor edges, and you cannot get out of them when it's inverted. So this could be, depending on how this goes, this could be rather close. Well, people still are calling for Udas. Event Horizon is leading the league in Udas right now, although, well, tied technically, but does have 3 on the season. Let's see if chat is correct of what happens here. Opening charge from Heart Attack got lifted in the air briefly, but it's now met to the side of the piston flipper and kind of stalemating in a microwave. That's bizarre, actually. I was not expecting that. Heart Attack doesn't want to get in front of those flippers and get tossed over here. Oh, but it has now, though, and Event Horizon's gotten it up, tilted up against the wall, and is just resting there right now. Its wheels are barely in contact with the ground, but Event Horizon is now going back in. Lifts Heart Attack straight up on its end there, trying to get Heart Attack propped up on the wall for an Uda. It's lost one of its flipping arms from those spikes coming down on top of it. Flipping arms are not very well protected on top, as opposed to the front. Ooh, Heart Attack's lost one of its wedge panels to the grinder. Event Horizon is definitely controlling this. Ooh, it's gotten a wheel off of Heart Attack now, but not quite getting the height or the distance to get Heart Attack out. It's gotten it over to a grinder now. Heart Attack's lost another wheel. Looks like Event Horizon's kind of changed its strategy. Instead of going for one big toss for an Uda, it's using lots of spammy flips in the middle to use those spikes to do damage to Heart Attack. Ooh, it's now gotten Heart Attack at least a little bit propped up by the grinder. Those iron spikes on the flipping segments are definitely doing damage to that top side of Heart Attack. Well, it looks like more of the flipping segments are coming off of Event Horizon. Heart Attack has lost another wheel to a grinder here. Rear is going to be very happy about this wheel count. Heart Attack is down to only 2 wheels. Hasn't been able to do a whole lot in this fight, but Event Horizon has not been able to put it away. Ooh, it really went in for a charge to try to get it over the arena, out of the arena there. Although, I believe there's actually a count on Heart Attack right now. Oh no, it's backed off. Heart Attack's actually propped up on the wall with its spikes, and its last remaining wheel on the ground there is now gone. So it took 163 seconds, but Event Horizon got the TKO. That was a very long, drawn-out fight. Heart Attack was doing its best to not get tossed around there, and fortunately it just lost its wheels over time with how exposed they are. So that is going to be an 8-3 victory for the Supernovas, which importantly is going to keep them ahead of the Warbears, who also got at least 8 points this week. That Division 1 race for the last couple of spots is getting very tight now. My goodness. And speaking of Division 1, we have the Division 1 leader coming up next, the Jubilife City Jigglypuffs. And they are taking on second place robotics. Guys, wheels for the wheel goddess is Tara, yes. Rear of the wheel goddess is very pleased with Heart Attack when it loses in that manner. Right, well, kicking off this next match, the Jigglypuffs have Y2K in the lightweights. It is a very similar front hinge flipper to Tycho just from last match, although this one, instead of a spike strip, it has a Bushido sword that comes out. much bigger burst wedge and a little bit better drive power in the back. Second place has Unknown X in the lightweights. Overhead crusher with a spike on the end. Also a burst wedge. A closed wheels, very notably. Not very exposed, but has a lot of exposed chassis instead. Chat seems to largely be going for Y2K. A couple people for Unknown X. Ground game's going to be important here. Yes, it will be. Dynamic Mush, Midnight McLeod. We're starting match 4 now, so only a couple of things, really. Not a whole lot. You can go back and watch it whenever you have the time. Moz is the owner of Jubilife City. Moz is actually not rooting against, but thinks Unknown X is going to win here. Unknown X has been rather poor this season, so can the Zionsville lightweight pull it out? Or will Jubilife terrorize us all once more? Ooh, Unknown X slid straight over the front of Y2K, immediately got inverted, and I'm not sure it's able to self-right on its own with its crusher in that orientation. Y2K has just put it over by... Ooh, it actually went in, put Unknown X back up, so this fight is going to continue in the end. And they are microwaving by a grinder. Well, Y2K is known for really pulling out long fights and drawing stuff out for Jubilife. Like, it's won, I think, 7 fights this season. It's only gotten 11 points out of that. Really not great at going in for the killing, even though, like, as we saw with Tycho obviously got a KO with its Spike Strip Flipper. We saw last week up against Tycho, Y2K didn't do a whole lot of damage with that Bushido sword, so... Even though it has been a very efficient robot in terms of winning, Y2K is not the greatest for Jubilife. At least in comparison to the rest of the team. Well, it looks like we might be here for a while, so... Considering the Jubilife City Jigglypuffs are out of Jubilife City in the Pokemon universe in Sinnoh, I'm going to ask chat, what is your favorite Pokemon game? Whether it be one of the main series games from either the Nintendo systems or maybe like Coliseum or something from other stuff. What are some people thinking on that? My go-to has always been a Platinum version. That was my baby, Sinnoh region. Ah, Quora Mystery Dungeon, I like that. Liam pulling up Pokemon Picross. I don't think I've heard of that or not. Black and White 2, love that. Gen 5, great. A lot of people going for Gen 5. I was a little late to Gen 5. I only played, I think it was Black 2. But the story in it was fantastic. Red Rescue Team. Ooh, I remember Red Rescue Team. Good stuff. Oros, love that. Legends Arceus. Legends Arceus was really fun, honestly. I really enjoyed Legends Arceus. It's a shame my Switch is kind of screwed up right now. Ah. Mr. Psycho is 1 for Pokemon Red. I like that. Yellow, Pokemon Yellow for Tomoverse 2. Yes. Pokemon Stadium for the 64. Alright. Razor, only really playing the old stuff. That's fair. I think I've played everything but, like, Gold and Silver. Like, I played the remakes of them, but I didn't play the actual Gen 2 cartridges. I need to get around to playing the original Black and White too, but... Pokemon's still been pretty good. Alright, well. Those two didn't do shit while we were talking, so... Yet another judge's decision. Y2K doing its thing of drawing fights out and, being a bit of a dick. That's alright, though, because, that's actually kind of been instrumental in, Jubilife winning a lot of matches. Just going to the judges like that. And we'll see what the judges think later. Mike at Gen 1 or ask Mott. Yeah, Mike literally got into Pokemon when Pokemon became a thing. Like, of course he's Gen 1er. I only really, like, deep dived into Pokemon around Gen 4 when I was in high school. Even though I think Oros was out around then, but I was too lazy to get a 3DS at the time. Every Pokemon game after Gen 3 has been far too easy, says Mike. You need to play Platinum, my friend, because you will be tortured in that one, let me tell you. Although I will agree, I'd say actually after Gen 5 is when it got really bad. But Platinum is torturous when you get late game. Alright, well. Middleweights. Jubilife City has Polybius in the middleweights. It is kind of a scoop rammer. It's two-wheel drive and has these long snapper-mounted wedges on the side with a row of spikes. It really just controls stuff around, bullies it, does grinding damage over time to get its points. Second place has Yeetus in the middleweights. It has 4 rear hinge flipping spike strips, very similar to Creighton from last season. Can be pretty damaging, but they don't reach out of the chassis, so it's essentially just a chassis wedge in the front. I remember getting a Doug Trio early in yellow and soloing most of the game. Yeah, I remember my first game was blue version, and I beat the second gym, the water type gym, with a Doug Trio that I got because I knew nothing about types when I was younger. Oh, it was a good time. Chat seems to be relatively split between these two. Logan saying this should be interesting. This could be interesting. If stuff gets on Yeetus's wedge, it can be pretty potent throwing stuff around. But Polybius is also really good about just scooping stuff around. Kind of the re-embodiment of Spearmint now that it's not in this season. Let's see which of these teams actually get some solidified points, considering there's only a decision outstanding right now. Ooh, Yeetus went right up those wedges on Polybius, and it's just sitting on top of the spikes of it. Its wheels are off the ground, so it's not able to drive off. Those spikes are definitely grinding into the underside of it. I was able to drive, although it inverted itself, and the spikes are on the side, so it's not able to get back up, although Polybius very sportingly flipped it back over. Yeetus is smoking heavily from all the damage it's taken from that grinding damage. And Polybius is content with just slowly moving it around. Got a control board hit on it now. Left side wheel is now off Yeetus. Polybius just taking its time. This is what Polybius' game is, honestly. It's just very slowly moving stuff around. Oh, I mean, a little faster in this case right now, but just getting that damage, letting it build up over time. Ooh, but Polybius made a mistake and went up the front of Yeetus. However, those flipping motors have taken so much damage from Yeetus, it's not able to actually flip. Polybius got very lucky, did so much damage there. More control board hits now. Ooh, but that was actually the knockout. Polybius was able to get a kind of grinding knockout on Yeetus there. 74 seconds. And that's going to be a KO for the Division 1 leader. Which is not surprising, considering how Jubilife does things. Now it's time for the heavyweights. Anyone's getting motion sickness. Yeah, that was a very high-speed microwave there for a bit. Alright, well, heavyweight time. Jubilife City has I Love You. It is a dual vertical spin with very long pontoon snapper-mounted wedges, very well armored, very good at scooping under stuff and getting ring-outs. It has 3 ring-outs on the season. It's tied with the Event Horizon for the league lead. Second place has Rumblebee for the heavyweight. Dual front hinge flipper with lots of defense and wedging in the front. Also has wheel guards, which are not shown in the photo here. Can be pretty good about stalemating with stuff, but it's going to be taking on something with a very high-powered weapon here. How it's going to go. Chat mostly just professing their love for me. Thank you very much, chat. I love you all as well. Oh, and they're also predicting I Love You's going to win. Aha. Hello, Blackspurt. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Looks like most people are going for I Love You. We'll see how it does. It actually got wrung out by a flipper last week, so reasonable chance it could happen again. Who knows? Ooh, I love you slid straight under those static wedges on Rumblebee. Has already gotten it over to the wall, did a ton of damage to its underside. It's actually gotten Rumblebee parked on the wall because of its wheel guards. I wasn't able to get down from there. Well, it has now. I love you just viciously ripping apart the Rumblebee. Got control board hits. I'm not sure it's KO'd it yet. Although, oh, it now has. Sorry. 27 seconds, and I Love You is back to its winning ways. As WWE would put it, that was very academic. Very straightforward and precise. So now Jubilife has at least 6 points. They cannot lose this match. They've actually won guaranteed because of that outstanding decision. And they will most likely remain on top of Division 1 yet again. Jigglypuffs are terrorizing the league with their lullabies of doom. Putting everybody to sleep. Alright. Now it is time for the super heavyweights to close out this match. Jubilife City has Hello World in the heavyweights. It is it's technically classified as a horizontal spinner, more known colloquially as a juggler in RI2 community. Long wedgelets out the front that slide the robots up on top of the spinners, and it just sits there grinding away, doing damage over time. Second place has Supernova in the super heavies. Big undercutting spinner with lots of defensive components on the side, very enclosed wheels. Similar problem to One Father though, because of how large the wheels are, they can be taken off pretty easily. Generally putting everyone to sleep with how predictable their masters are, says Cora. Yeah, Jubilife, like, they're just at such a level where when they win, they just straight up, yep, they won. Like, there's no, like, there's really no back and forth. It's just, yep, they go in, they win, they leave. As I said, very academic, as they would put it. Everybody going for Hello World here. Yeah, Supernova, sorry, has not been having a great time, so we'll see if second place can get any points here. They could definitely use it. They're not doing too hot in the division right now. I don't know why it's space there. Hello World goes right in underneath Supernova right away. It's controlling the undercutter with its four-wheel drive power compared to Supernova's 2. Ooh, and it's actually parked Supernova on top of the grinder and removed its right side wheel already. Those grinding horizontal spinners on Hello World are trying to rip at its wheel guards on the other side. It's backed away from the undercutter who has a count on it, but it has broken it. Ooh, but Hello World goes right back in and is absolutely tearing it apart now. And Supernova's lost its other wheel. There's a count going on right now. So it appears as though Supernova has been immobilized in the corner there. Because Supernova had no wheels there, I'm going to classify that as an official TKO because it had absolutely no way of breaking the count regardless if Hello World moved or not. So that's going to be an official TKO for the Jigglypuffs. Just need to catch when that ended. "52 seconds for Hello World." And that is a possible shutout for the Jigglypuffs. Yawn. I think they already have, I don't know, 4 or 5 of those this season. It's at least 8 points for the Jigglypuffs. Potentially 1 if Y2K gets that decision. We don't know. Alright, so just like that, we are on to match number 5. And this is one that I'm not looking forward to. Let's going to be Heavy Metal Robotics up against the Pelagic Wanderers from one of our patrons, Zester. Get to see her sharks do damage. Alright, so Heavy Metal in the lightweights has Voidwalker as always. It is a tri-bar overhead spinner, 3 iron spikes on either side. Can be very potent when it's at speed, but also it's pretty easy to stop. It's had a lot of issues with people stopping its weapon and just going in for the kill. The Wanderers have Carsonized in the lightweights. Dual side axes, one side's a sword, one side is a spike strip, has a pickaxe in the front for a little bit of defense in the front. Interesting problem it has, because of its wheelbase is so narrow and the swords stick out so wide, it has a very hard time turning around. Not sure if that's going to come into play here, but it could. I was pointing out Heavy Metal Robotics has collapsed mid-season, hashtag #SackBaconBurger. Yeah, Heavy Metal's lost 5 straight matches, so, and there's about to be another one here probably. Zester's thinking Carsonite is a Mirror Crab to win here. I mean, it's possible. This is really a 50-50 matchup. As shown, honestly, by chat's predictions, too. We'll see if Heavy Metal's able to get any points here. Will the Division 1 leader remain on top? Big opening hit from both of them. Carsonite's gotten a couple of hits on the front of Voidwalker. It's mostly gotten the weapon stopped, but it has now lost its right side axe, and Voidwalker is going to town on that corner. It's taken off one of the ice picks in the front, although Carsonite is using its remaining one to keep Voidwalker stopped. But now Carsonite is smoking very heavily, and Voidwalker has gotten back up to speed. Ooh, another big hit there from Voidwalker. Although that sword on Carsonite was getting very close to its wheels there. Although Carsonite is now down to control board hits. And just like that, that's a 47-second knockout for Voidwalker. Heavy Metal trying to get back to their winning ways after honestly looking like shit the last couple of weeks. And taking 3 points off of one of the best lightweights this season is a good start. But now it is time for the middleweights. How many fight wins is that for Voidwalker now? Voidwalker had a period of time where he was losing a lot. Yes, Voidwalker's now 7-3, so it's actually still doing pretty good in comparison. I just think it took all 3 of its losses like in a row. Yeah, trying to think of other C-based metal bands is a nightmare. I don't know. Well, I mean, there's Oceans, there's Ocean, the Ocean Collective. Like, there's a ton of them that are. Ocean Collective's really good though. All right. Anyway, introducing the middleweight fight. Heavy Metal has Immortal Corruptor in the middleweights. It is a giant fuck-off vertical spinning disc. 2 kind of forky wedges on the side, and a little bit of stability. Not the greatest at staying upright, though. The Wanderers have Breach. Triple rear hinge flipper. 2 of them are pure flipping panels. 1 of them is a flipping spike in the middle. It put on a fantastic fight last week against Rosewater, which you guys voted for Fight of the Week. It was one of the best fights of the season, to be honest. What's chat think got going on here? Oh yeah, Vision of Atlantis Nightmare. I actually saw Visions of Atlantis live back in March. They were at the Dragon Force concert I went to. Everybody seems to be going for the flipper here. Yeah, Immortal Corruptor can kind of get up from certain positions, but I think this might mostly be Breach tossing it around like it usually does. But the Wanderers are down by 3 points. They're going to need something big here. Oh my god! Breach slid right under Immortal Corruptor, almost threw it into the ceiling. However, it mistimed its flip, or Immortal Corruptor was able to get underneath it and is carving away at its underside now. That cinematic toss did not do Breach much good there. Mortal Corruptor is still keeping it over, not letting Breach self-right, really. Although Breach has righted itself and gotten under the Corruptor once more. When Corruptor's kind of stuck on its back there, although it's now gotten back up. Kind of getting stuck on the grinder there. I can't tell what components are really taking damage beside the chassis. Ooh, Breach almost got it over the wall for a ring out. It has gotten it on top of it, but the Corruptor drove back into the arena. Very, very close there. It's kind of keeping Immortal Corruptor pinned to the wall to keep that disc stop. Because of how large this disc is, Corruptor has a hard time when it gets stuck against the walls there. Although it has now slid underneath the front of Breach and gotten some hits to the underside once more. Although with how large that disc is, it's not able to get the torque to pull Breach all the way up. It's only doing like minor grinding damage. This has been a great back and forth so far. As expected from Breach, truly, but Mortal Corruptor is giving it some fight here. Lots of smoke pouring out of the flipper right now. It's gotten underneath Immortal Corruptor again, but you can noticeably see its flipping power has been diminished heavily while damage is taken. Although it has gotten Immortal Corruptor stuck on its side now. Ooh, Breach is taking control board hits though. All that damage is racking up from the Vert. There's more from the Corruptor now. Although it is still getting upended by the Flipper. I'm not sure Breach is going to have the ring out power with all the damage it has sustained though. And it's only got one control board hit remaining. It's got to be very, very careful here. Pelagic doesn't want to be down more points than they already are. The Mortal Corruptor's kind of stuck, facing backwards right now. One of the flipping panels is off of Breach. But it's still keeping the Corruptor disrupted. 30 seconds remain. Is Breach going to be able to go the distance or maybe TKO Immortal Corruptor in the remaining time? Ooh, but falling backwards like that, Immortal Corruptor was able to take off the remaining pure flipping panel on Breach. It looks like the Spike Strip Flipper has also come off of Breach, but because Immortal Corruptor is tipped upward, it's not able to really move. And it looks as though Breach is able to make it to the distance and take it to the judges. Holy shit, was that another really good fight from Breach. Absolute fight of the week material right there. And honestly, massive props to Immortal Corruptor for hanging in there. I thought it was dead to rights there. Absolutely fantastic. Wow. Notably, though, that's only going to be 1 point available for these two teams, so Heavy Metal is still decisively up 3-0 right now with that impending decision, and that could honestly go either way depending on how that goes. That's going to be insane. But it's now heavyweight time. Breach won that. It's definitely his 7th fight of the week contender, says Logan. Yeah, Breach has been putting on absolute spectacles in here. Very well balanced for a flipper, too. It's not just immediately ooting stuff or anything. It's very competitive. But in the heavyweights, we have 2 more very competitive robots. Heavy Metal has Vacuity, the overhead axe robot. Lots of big armored pontoons on either side, wheel guards and such on either side, and a war pick going through the middle. It's been very destructive this year, unlike last season. It's really been improving. But Pelagic has Twin Gyre, which is a dual angled spinner, which is classified as both horizontal and vertical. Spins kind of intermeshing, kind of like this. It has a little bit of defense in the back and a singular spike ship for stability in the front. Although we have seen it is not invertible, unfortunately. What happens if a judge's decision ties, says Mott. We call in a third judge to judge it from there. We had at least one tied judge's decision earlier this season, which was from Glowcloud of all robots. Everybody seems to be going with Twin Gyre here. Definitely has the weapon power advantage and kind of the geometry advantage here too, because typically the Cuties pontoons are really good for stalemating certain wedge types, but Twin Gyre is just gonna Twin Gyre's discs are right over those pontoons, so this could get pretty messy for both robots. Let's see who comes out on top. Twin Gyre does go up and is absolutely carving away at the pontoons. Immediately sniped the axe off of the Cutie, who is now just a rammy control bot. Well, even though the Cutie's generally been pretty good at pulling fights like this to the judges, it's got 2 minutes and 40 seconds to do that against one of the most destructive heavyweights in the league. Well, the Twin Gyre's not doing a ton of damage to those pontoons at the moment. They're still looking pretty intact. It's lost at least one. Viguti's lost at least one armor panel so far. Twin Gyre's really trying to carve up the front of those armored pontoons. The Cutie just kind of stalemating it at the moment. Both of the armors on the inner part of the pontoon have come off. And Twin Gyre's just carving away over time. Twin Gyre's not the fastest KO machine, but it's very efficient at getting stuff over time. Well, the Cutie's gotten a very deeply underneath Twin Gyre here, just kind of trying to move it around. Twin Gyre's content with just carving. Look at the damage on those pontoons of the Cutie. Pretty well armored, but not armored enough to take on something like Twin Gyre here. Control board hits now on heavy metals, heavyweight, and it has been knocked out in 86 seconds. The Wanderer's #1 robot is once again putting in the work. That was a completely coincidental reference to my shirt, actually. That's funny. Anyway, with the impending decision there, that's essentially a 3-3 tie between these two teams. And it's going to be broken by the Super Heavies. Oh boy. Well, now we are on to the Super Heavies, where we have the only Super Heavy multi-bot in the league. This is going to be a weird fight. Alright, so Heavy Metal has Aqua Dementia. And the Super Heavyweight 6 side hinge flipping spikes. Can be very potent when it gets stuff on there. However, it's been kind of shit this season. It started out 4-0 and then went 0-4 after that. Chassis Wedge not really putting in the work that it's been needing. It's going to be taking on Sharp Snout and Blunt Nose from the Wanderers. Sharp Snout, both of them are overhead axes. Sharp Snout has a more narrow pick one, and Blunt Nose is a more overhead war pick style. Sharp Snout specifically has been a very effective wedge this season. Been able to solo a couple of super heavyweights on its own. Seems to be pretty split. I seriously the only Pelagic fan that's not Zester asked Logan. No, I'm a huge fan of the Wanderers. Just not today, because they're fighting one of my teams. They're one of my favorite aesthetics in the league by far. Fantastic machines. Sharks are about to get under and win this. Aqua Dimension to wash out the Sharks. Chat seems to be somewhat split between these two. I mean, the Sharks have been in an absolute feeding frenzy this year for a multi-bot. They've been absolutely fantastic. I think they're like 6-2 or 7-2 or something. They're insane. So will the Sharks seal the win for Pelagic, or will they get Aqua Dementia and drown in the end? We don't know. Aqua has chosen to go after Sharpsnout, who it's stalemated with on the front. Blunt Nose is going to town with its axe on the back. Aqua's now spun around and trying to go after Blunt Nose now, but it's not quite able to slide underneath it. Sharpsnout's taken off both of its left side wheels already. That side armor not helping its wheels whatsoever. Sharks are definitely smelling blood in the water now. Actually, another really good robot, Blood in the Water. Ooh, so Aqua Dimension was able to flip over Bluntnose briefly, but it is now sandwiched between the two sharks who are going to town on it. Ooh, a huge toss on Bluntnose there. Still very dangerous if something gets on top of its wedge, but with its lack of mobility, it's not going to be able to do a whole lot to these two robots. Bluntnose kind of getting in the way of Sharp Snout here. Interesting that Sharp Snout's kind of been shoving Aqua Dimension into a microwave to force it to go after Bluntnose. Ooh, but Bluntnose just got smacked aside and knocked out, so it is just Sharp Snout and Aqua Dimension. Aqua is absolutely pouring smoke from the damage it's taken. Sharp Snout got under it again there. Now it's kind of stalemating with the larger flipper. Sharp Snout's got to be very careful to not go up Aqua Dimension's wedge, because as we saw with Bluntnose, it's not going to have a good time if it gets up there. Halfway through, and while the Sharks have been in control, Aqua Dimension still poured on the damage and took out Bluntnose pretty easily. God, look at the damage on Bluntnose, how the underside of it there. Ooh, Wheel Physics got very unhappy with Sharp Snout there, but it was able to recover and not go up Aqua Dimension's wedge. That was very close. Aqua Dimension just trying to keep Sharp Snout in front of it, not letting it get under. Ooh, it's gotten under the axe spot now. Gotten a couple of hits with its side flippers. Sharp Snout's taking a lot of damage now that it got stuck up there. It's going to be disastrous for Sharp Snout. It's got to get down in order to reset here. Kind of has. It's trying to self-right to get back up. Aqua Dimension just kind of booping it with its crab drive at the moment. Sharp Snout appears to not be able to get back up from that position. It's now smoking very heavily. I think the flipping motor took... Ah, god damn it. Physics has necessitated a restart right there. Son of a bitch. Because Aqua Dimension was flipped over by that, we got a restart. Oh, that was dumb. Alright, well. We get a take two now. That was a pretty good fight, all things considered, even if it was a bit slow. Alright, on the restart, Sharp Snout lines up with Aqua Dimension again, but this time Aqua has slid over towards Bluntnose instead. It's gotten under Sharp Snout, absolutely throwing it in the air now. Well, Bluntnose is doing its best to take out the bigger robot. Something came off there, I don't know which robot it was. Bluntnose got a big hit on Aqua's chassis, but Aqua Dimension is throwing around Sharp Snout. Already gotten control board hits on it. Although it's now focusing on Bluntnose instead. Bluntnose was able, or Sharp Snout caught one of the back wheels on Aqua Dimension. Aqua is stalemated with it instead. Bluntnose is upside down, immobilized right now. That's going to be a big problem for Aqua Dimension, actually, because if Bluntnose gets TKO'd, it's not going to be able to get the full points here. So despite KOing Sharp Snout right there, because Bluntnose was immobilized, that is going to be a TKO victory for Aqua Dimension in 54 seconds. That is an unfortunate way to win a fight. But that's kind of one of the perks with multibots, is you have to KO both of them to get the full 3 points. So with that, Heavy Metal has at least 5 points, and the best the Wanderers could do is 4, so Heavy Metal has indeed won the match over the #1 team in their division. Interesting. Depending on if Heavy Metal makes the bracket, that could be important. Write that down to the haters guide. It says... Moz. Yeah, it's not looking too great, is it? Here you thought you were going to get sweat burnout. Yeah, I was pretty fucking confident I had no shot there, so... Honestly, the whole surprise on that was Immortal Corruptor having any chance in its fight. Like, I expected it to get flipped over and lose in like 30 seconds, and it put on a fight of a weak contender for sure. But we are now on to match number 6. And we go to the Hexbugs Heroes team, Levantine Alliance. Taking on the Kinetic Creatures. Nope! They are not taking on the Kinetic Creatures. They are currently taking on the Game Crashing. Fantastic. Love this physics engine and everything. Once again, thank you to our Patreon stream sponsors for sponsoring our stream, sponsoring our craft pages. You have no idea how much the support actually helps us, letting us keep the lights on, keep the internets going, letting us drink mysterious beverages, letting us work on our own robots. We're going to be working on Soupy soon, too, and everything. I'm actually probably going to take it home with me today so we can have it in my garage. We're using up my garage as a workspace for right now. So that's going to be really fun. I'm hoping the top-tier patrons are going to have a really good time seeing that. And then eventually we're going to be putting that up on the Heavy Metal Robotics Facebook page when we get on there. Yes, we totally did not name our IRL robot team after one of our RRL teams. Definitely didn't do that. Anyway, back to the carnage. Oh yes, thank you, Aaron, for mentioning. We actually have a merch store where you can get like RRL shirts and mugs and everything if you guys want to support the league that way. Have a bit of merch and everything. I might pop one. I might put one of those next week or something. I don't know. We try to make them as reasonably priced as you guys for we can, because we're not looking to make money off the merch. We just want you guys to have merch of it. So, all right. Anyway, Levantine Alliance has VSSV in the lightweights. It is a vertical spinner, which is very slightly angled, not enough to make it an angled spinner, but it is enough to give its motor some protection. Can be very efficient when it wins, but it doesn't win very often, actually. It's not been doing hot lately. It's currently 5-4, but 4 of those losses were all in a row. Not looking too good for it. But the Kinetic Creatures have network in the lightweights, dual saw spinning undercutter kind of thing. We classify saw spinners differently than other ones because saw spinners do slow grinding damage over time, whereas more traditional spinners do big impact at once. Lots of damage. Despite not having a wedge on it, network saw blades are a surprisingly good wedge. I don't get it either, but it happens. So, let's chat think here. Ah, Hex, the owner of Levantine, is actually writing a new video currently. I'm looking forward to that, Hex. It'll be really cool. Love watching your videos. Even if network kicks off, those stabilizers still has to contend with the vert flailing around, says Mr. Syndicate. Yeah, there's a big weapon disparity here. Because VSSV is all about weapon power, and network is very slow, grindy, and control-y. So, everyone seems to be going for network right now, so let's see if Network can pull it out, maybe. VSSV proof chat right. VSSV immediately takes off the left side saw spinner on Network, although Network was able to catch one of the stabilizers. VSSV's going to town, taking off the other saw spinner on Network, who's just a box now. VSSV has the reach to get in there and get control board hits already, and that's going to be a very quick and efficient 22-second knockout. Unsurprisingly, the try-hardy robot was very try-hardy and got a try-hardy win. Shocking to nobody. Does mean it's 3 very quick points to Levantine, which is very important because Levantine is, I think, sitting 3rd going into this week in Division 2. Kinetic is currently 5th, and even though they're pretty far behind Levantine, this really bodes well. Like, this will be a good playoff picture if Kinetic manages to make it in. It's always important to defeat your division rivals, because you never know when you meet up with them in the playoffs. I just spotted a super chat from Midnight McLeod, $2. Death, painful death. Yes, that was lots of death in that fight. Thank you very much for the super chat, my friend. Support is appreciated. So, we move to the middleweights, where we have Rosewater coming in for the Levantine Alliance. It is a very unique weapon class. It has 2 pure flippers that don't do a lot of damage in there, but it has a piston poker in there that does damage over time. Can be relatively effective, and it's been one of the better lightweights, or middleweights, sorry, but see how it goes here. Kinetic creatures have Siege in the middle weights. It is a quad bar spinner of sorts. Can do pretty decent damage, but doesn't have much of a ground game going on. What's chat think gonna happen now? Siege to win via tactical flailing, says Zester. I think that might be the best way to describe Siege, is tactical flailing. That's like the best description for it. That's like basically every DSL robot that just kills stuff by toxic top ripping them or something. Rosewater needs not to die, says Hex. Yeah, Rosewater has very exposed wheels. It also has very little battery power. I think it only has one battery in it, and only one air tank for its piston, so... This could be relatively even here, we'll see. Can Levantine get another knockout, or is the kinetic creatures going to respond? Siege goes right up those flippers, unsurprisingly, with its lack of a wedge, but it's actually slid underneath the flippers now, and it's getting to the underside of Rosewater. Rosewater cannot self-right, but does run inverted here, using that piston poker to just jamming the spike down Siege's throat. So Siege is going to town on those wedges and the front. One of the pure flippers is off now. Ooh, that was a very weird collision. Nothing came of it, though, so we're going to let that one go. I believe that was physics, though. Ooh, Rosewater got a hit on Siege's motor. He's got to be very careful not to lose that. Siege did have a wheel in the grinder briefly. Has kind of gotten away from it now. Ooh, that was a very weird reaction from Siege there. I'm going to have to double check if that was physics or not. I don't believe it was, though. It was not. This fight's going to continue. Siege has been absolutely flailing around. It's stuck on top of the grinder now with its spinner. Taking a ton of damage from the grinder, but by flailing around, it has gotten a control board hit on Rosewater. Another one now. Rosewater's still trying to go in for the kill, but... Siege has been flailing from side to side, trying to self-right. Rosewater got to the grinder, but Siege is going to get the knockout in 77 seconds. That was very chaotic. I don't know how else to describe that for Siege. That was just ridiculous. Fortunately, that Rosewater making that mistake of mistiming a flip and letting Siege underneath it was its downfall. It was not able to get back up in the end. Weird shit. That's a retaliatory 3 points for Kinetic. And I'm going to list that one for the highlights because that was very chaotic. We now go to the heavyweights. And oh boy, is this going to get dumb. This is the Spider-Man pointing at himself meme to end all Spider-Man pointing at himself memes. Can't control a robot. It can't control itself. Yeah. Siege is its own enigma. I just kind of let it do its thing. I'm not even going to bother with it. Like, just let it have fun. Alright, so heavyweights. Levantine Alliance has Almudamir. It is a quad overhead bar spinner, very similar to like Brutality and Perfect Phoenix and Ice Wave and Hazard. There's a lot of overhead spinners, very similar to all of them. Pretty good wedging in the front, and it's mostly known for drawing fights out to the judges. I think it had 5 consecutive decisions, which is ridiculous. The creatures have Dunning and Kruger, which are also quad overhead spinners, but they're multi-bots this time. Dunning, the one in black, Kruger, the one in pink, and they spin counter directions to each other for like perfect opposites and everything. They can be pretty good by swarming robots, but I'm not sure how it's going to work against something like Almudamir. Siege was made by Jeff Hardy Obsolete Inc. I don't entirely get that reference, but I know who Jeff Hardy is at least. I hope Jeff Hardy is okay. He's not been having a good time in his career. Can't tell you how many times I would like swanton bomb onto my couch just because I love Jeff Hardy so much. Good dude. Multi-bot some more weapon parts probably make the difference, says Zester. The law offices of Dunning and Kruger. You know, it's possible. Let's see which of these two takes the lead in the match, because they are tied at 3 right now. Very pivotal in the division race. Ludemir very slowly makes his way over to Kruger. He's currently dueling weapons with Dunning. Dunning already lost one of its spike segments. Ludemir doing a good job actually de-weaponing the smaller robots. Has the reach to just get in there and get those extenders, whereas the multibots have to get in a little deeper. Ooh, Kruger lost a wheel to the grinder backing up. That's bad. Ludemir has taken all of the damaging components off of Dunning and is just going to town on it right now. Trying to solo these robots instead of trying to fight them all at once. Kruger is spinning mostly helplessly in the corner while Dunning was kind of stalemating there with Ludemir for a bit. He's trying to get to this backside, but now was taking a lot of damage from that spinner. This bodes very well for Levantine. Already de-weaponing the multibots. Well, it looks like Dunning and Ludemir have a very similarly sized wedge. Getting stuck. Logan's gonna pop in anytime you want, Logan. VOD will be up, obviously. You can jump in and watch anytime. Thank you for popping in when you could. Ludemir's still trying to get at the still mobile Dunning while Kruger's just trying to break a count and not get TKO'd here. I don't know if it'll have the battery power to actually do that later in the fight, though. Looking like a decision right now. Yeah, I mean, they got almost a minute left, but with how Dunning keeps stalemating Ludemir, that's what it's looking like. Ooh, Dunning tried going to the side of Ludemir, is taking damage now. And it's now met back up at the front of it. Ooh, but this time Ludemir's gotten Dunning over to a grinder. It's gotten its left side wheel off. Fantastic control from the larger robot. Although it is currently perched on top of Dunning's wedge. Is it going to be able to get down? I hope so, because that's going to count as a pin. If it can't. Ooh, but it has. And Dunning drove its other wheel into the grinder, you dumbass. So now Ludemir's going after Kruger. It's lost a lot of its spike clubs, actually, on its spinner. Dunning was TKO'd like an idiot in the corner. But it looks like Kruger is going to make it to the judges. Well then, that's not the multibot I expected to get TKO'd, I'm going to be honest. Huh. Notably, though, that's going to be only 1 point available in this match for these teams that really need to make up their ground in the standings. So, let's see not only who ends up winning this match, but how the standings are going to look, because a lot of the teams in Division 2 here haven't gotten a ton of points. Like, even though Heavy Metal obviously topped Pelagic there, like, it's not swinging too hard one of the way, so there's really only going to be 1 or 2 spots moving, I think. But it's now down to the super heavies, and oh boy, is this going to be destructive. I've been looking forward to this fight all week. Death as far as the eye can see. Alright, we're looking to the super heavies to seal this match since there's only 3 points on either side right now. The Levantine Alliance has Androctonus. It is a dual side axe and overhead axe robot. Bless you, Aaron. 2 really destructive side axes on the side and a scorpion tail going over the head. It's on an 8-fight winning streak and KOs literally everything in its path. It's been one of the best super heavyweights by far. It's taking on Death Penalty, which is a flail sit-and spinner. 4 flails on either side with kind of a sword wheel guards kind of giving it some protection. It has the highest DPS in the heavyweights. Actually, I think both of these two have the highest DPS in the super heavyweights. I'm going to double check that actually. Both of them have been just insanely destructive this season. Yeah, currently Death Penalty's DPS is 195, although Androctonus is only 101, so... Is that Androctonus? Yeah. Not the highest, but it's very efficient in getting KOs, though. Hex realizing it's the spinning tornado thing, yeah. Chat seems to be relatively split between these two. Either way, something is going to die. If there is a judge's decision here, I think I might just end the stream. I don't see it happening. Let's see who wins this match. A pivotal super heavyweight fight with 2 top-notch contenders. Androctonus got Death Penalty stopped briefly, but it's already lost its right side axe. Death Penalty got a very precise hit on there. It's taken one of the flails off of Death Penalty. Physics was not too bad there. I'm going to let that one go. Didn't affect too much. Death Penalty still at speed. Androctonus just not able to quite get in there. Physics still getting in there, but it's not doing a whole lot. And that's going to be a 29-second knockout for Death Penalty. Welp. Absolute death from those two. Not quite the highest points we've seen out of them, but still death as far as the eye can see. Death Penalty actually got really lucky that it sniped off one of the side axes quickly, because that could have been really bad if it got stopped for a second. Right, so that's at least 6 points to the Kinetic Creatures. Levantine can only get 4 if it wins that decision, so that is a win for the Kinetic Creatures. Levantine was looking for a big point say to move up, maybe challenge the Wanderers, and it's not going to happen, unfortunately. I'm going to look where that puts Death Penalty's DPS after that. Although I'll set up the next fight for you guys to predict. $9,500 damage, 29 seconds. That bumped up Death Penalty's DPS to 205, that fight. It is brutal for sure. Alright, anyway. Match number 7 now. Pinwheel Pulsars have Nightmare Fuel in the lightweights. It is a side axe robot, but unlike some of the other ones we've seen, it kind of has almost like pinball bumper spikes that shoot outwards like this. Very good at trapping robots in there and getting them when they're offset. Angry Penguin has Pog Champ in the lightweights. It's a rammer with 3 razor tip spikes on there. It's actually been pretty decent. I think it's right around 500, which is one of the better robots on Angry Penguin. It's gotten some surprise wins. I think it beat Ursa Minor. I think it beat Whammy too. It's been surprising. We'll see if it can pull out another surprise against what I believe is the most damaging lightweight in the league right now. There'll also be a chance for KJ to get some revenge. The Pulsars being run by KJ, very well known in the DSL community, and Angry Penguin being run by Sam, also very well known in DSL. Both of them are tournament hosts too, which is pretty cool. Can't wait to get my ass kicked in their tournaments too. A lot of people going for Nightmare Fuel. Well, let's see if PogChamp has a chance here. It's pulled out some surprising wins before. Got a big hit on the front of Nightmare Fuel in the opening charge, but Nightmare Fuel is definitely getting into its chassis there. Those spikes, unfortunately, when they meet up perfectly, fit right in the gap of Nightmare Fuel, so it can't quite get into the chassis. Nightmare Fuel is digging in, but Nightmare Fuel lost both of its spike strips on the weapons of PogChamp, so now it is just a rammer. PogChamp definitely has the drive advantage here over Nightmare Fuel. But PogChamp's weaponry is still in the center, though, so it can't quite do the same damage. Nightmare Fuel abusing wheel physics for a second. But now Nightmare Fuel's boxed PogChamp, and it's going to be very hard for PogChamp to move in that orientation. Huge hit there on Nightmare Fuel once more. We're only a minute in, and this is actually looking very, very even. Even though Nightmare Fuel has no damaging components remaining, it is a very good trap robot with kind of its setup right here. Just keeping PogChamp in there and just moving it around slowly. Not letting PogChamp use its superior drive power. Looks like it's going to be another very long, drawn-out fight because PogChamp isn't quite able to get the right impacts to do damage here. A lot of smoke pouring out of Nightmare Fuel, but I believe those are from the side axe motors rather than anything more important, so... should still have enough drive power to at least stalemate PogChamp here. Both robots just kind of trading control here, going back and forth. PogChamp really can't do much with its weaponry at the very unfortunate angle on Nightmare Fuel setup. That's what makes Nightmare Fuel really good, though, is when stuff has stuff like just set right in the center to go after like weapons and everything, it can't get stuff way out to the side like Nightmare Fuel. 30 seconds remain. What did I miss, Axe Maz? Not a whole lot, to be honest. You missed a pretty good fight between Heavy Metal and Pelagic. You should go watch back through their match. That was pretty good. But right now, we are going to be witnessing a judge's decision between Nightmare Fuel and PogChamp. Man, these decisions are piling up this week already. We're already at, what is that, 7 decisions, and we're only 7 matches in. Oh, you didn't miss HMR, okay. Oh. Notably, though, that's only going to be 1 point available for that, and the Pulsars need a big leak to get closer to Jubilife, so that's going to be big for them. Now it's time for middleweights. You were there for HMR, Maz. You missed Levantine and Kinetic, so if you want to watch absolute death in there, you can go watch that. That was pretty decent. So it's time for the middleweights. The Pulsars come in with Vika in the middleweights. It is what we call a whipper. It's built very similar to a side axe, but instead of being on a motor, the axes are static, and instead of swinging them inwards, it kind of just bats them around back and forth like this. Kind of like a sibling just giving their younger sibling some shit. It can be very damaging, though. It has a lot of damage components on it. Angry Penguin has Stanley, which is a huge clone, more or less. It has 2 axe heads on its spinner there, except the downside with Stanley is it has basic aluminum armor, and it is windless. So does anyone think Stanley has a chance here? What are we thinking? A lot of people going for Vika. Also worth noting, the Pokemon that Vika is based off, Vikavolt, was actually just added to Pokemon Go. I just got one the other day. One of my favorites. Did your older siblings do that to you? Asked Tara. Yes, my fucking Mike was really bad with that. And my sister as well. They were really bad about just like holding me at bay like this and being a dick. Like, annoying as shit. Stanley wins this, Core will donate $20. You know what? I will hold you to that. Honestly, if Stanley wins this, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Can Stanley do it for the memes? Vika's turned it around over against the wall, kind of patiently going in, already taken off the right side disc on it. Although that does kind of lower the blade on Stanley, so it could get in a little bit more on Vika. Well, Stanley's now caught up against the wall, not really able to move. Vika is backed off of it, not really going in trying to take off wheels or anything. There's a count now on Stanley. Not really able to do much right now, although I was able to break it just. But because of how its spinner is going, it can't really get enough traction with its remaining disc to get out of there. Moz is gonna hop up. Thanks for joining the stream, Moz. It's good to see you actually pop in for once. Hope you're able to catch it all again later. Stanley has lost its remaining disc up against the grinder. Vika's just trying to work on those stabilizers on the back, trying to maximize points here. Pulsars could definitely use some more points. At Tara with the 1 o'clock bit. Stanley looks like it's going to be TKO'd up against the wall here. No, it wasn't actually. It was somehow able to break the count with just its disc. Vika's really got to go in here to get points, though. Because the Pulsars really need to make up ground to Jubilife, and they're really not doing so, with, especially if this were going longer. But nope, that is going to be a TKO victory in 110 seconds. Vika decided to be merciful and let Stanley survive, I guess. Not killing it too badly this time. That's going to be 2 points for the Pulsars. We now move to the heavyweights. Alright, heavyweight time, and we get more multi-bot chaos, my friends, because the Pinwheel Pulsars have Leslie and Gale. Leslie is an overhead spinner, kind of similar to Voidwalker with a little bit more weaponry on there, and it is an absolute menace. It fucking kills everything, including its teammate. Its teammate being Gale, the triple front hinge flipper with spike strips, can be a pretty good wedge and stalemate a little bit, but when it gets under stuff, it can do a lot of damage. But it takes a lot of damage from Leslie for some reason. Angry Penguin has E-Girl power in the heavyweights. It is a flipper with two kind of pure flippers, but it has these spikes sticking up there to prevent robots from going all the way over the top and sludge festing. Hasn't been the greatest, but it can control stuff around a little bit. Weirdest matchup name-wise is Cora. I mean, I'm not I don't think Leslie's an E-Girl. At least I hope not. It's a bit more of a murder, if we're being honest. A lot of people going for the multi-bots, but a couple going for E-Girl. I mean, depending on who E-Girl goes for, it could have a chance, but you know, the multi-bots are really good at swarming, and especially with an overhead like Leslie, that could be very dangerous. Let's see what happens here. E-Girl is going for Leslie first, and has immediately gotten it tossed and up onto the wall. It wasn't quite able to get it over, but now it has gotten on top of Gale, and the multi-bots are going to town on it. Couple hits from Gale. They're on the flippers. Already taken one of the flipping panels over. E-Girl asking to be turned over. Please. Has been, but E-Girl is now even with it. Although it focused on Leslie instead and lost its remaining flipper. It has de-weaponed part of Leslie's stuff, but has now lost a wheel to the overhead bar spinner. Gale's just trying to go in for the kill here at this point. E-Girl's not having any of it, trying to lock into a microwave. Leslie just kind of flopping around at this point, while Gale is encouraging E-Girl around, although because of how low their chassis wedges are, they're really not able to slide under each other unless they meet up at a weird angle. We're just about halfway through this fight. While E-Girl is weaponless and partially crippled, the multibot Gale is not quite able to slide under it with its lack of drive power. E-Girl's doing a good job just trying to move around. And Leslie is, well, flopping around. Trying not to get TKO'd, I guess. Well, so we have reached yet another bit of a microwave. I need to come up with a question for chat here. Can't really think of anything right now. It's still going to be very crucial for the Pulsars, though, because they need points to catch up, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like they're going to get a whole lot here. Yes, Liam, thank you for pointing it out. In the Discord server, we're doing a predictions game for all of the BattleBots Champions episodes that are coming out. I know they should be revealing the next bracket soon for the next episode coming up next week. Be sure to hop in there and have fun. For what I've seen, the episodes the BattleBots Champions episodes have been pretty insane so far. Well, that is going to be yet another judge's decision. Y'all just can't let the judges rest this week, huh? Already up to 8, and we're only in the first half of the stream. So we're now 3 fights into this match, and there's only 4 points total. Especially for a team like the Pulsars, who have been KOing just about damn near everything. That's not great. But it's now time for the Super Heavies. The reason why Leslie hurts Gale a lot because Gale's too close. No, it's because Leslie's an overhead spinner. Like, multibots with a full body spinner like that always lead to friendly fire. Like, Dunny and Kruger are the worst with that too, so it is what it is. Tarb mentioning Antwake Anarchy. Yes, Antwake Anarchy has started as well for those of you who follow that. It has been pretty good so far too. You guys should check that out. So, Super Heavyweights, the Pulsars have 7H7B, 4-wheel drive rear hinge flipper with 4 or 5 rear hinge flipping spikes. Can be very destructive and do a lot, but because it's mostly just a chassis wedge, it can be kind of a toss of whether it gets under stuff or not. Very cool looking though, Le Mans style flipper. Angry Penguin has Pingu's Death Machine in the Super Heavies. It has 2 dual overhead axes, battle axes on the side, and an undercutting spinner on the front. Interesting weapon combination as well. Hello, Rook. Welcome to the stream. Everybody's going for 7A7B here. A couple going for it by ring out. I see. A Le Mans prototype against the Death Machine. Very interesting. Pingu about to nuke the Pulsars this hack. We got a couple people going for the Pingu. Well, let's see if the Pulsars are able to get any more points here. They really need it. 787B goes right under Pingu, gets a couple of huge tosses, got it up on the wall, and that's a 7-second ring out for the Lamar style flipper. We have a ring out this week. Fantastic. I'm not sure if we've had one every week, but been pretty good so far. So, with that quick ring out, that is a guaranteed match win for the Pulsars. They have at least 4 points, and there's only 2 up for grabs, so they do at least get the match win, but it's a rather low scoring match overall, considering the Angry Penguins currently bottom of the standings overall. Bit of a missed opportunity there, unfortunately. It's alright, Pulsars will get them next time. But it's now time for match number 8, the last match in the first half of the stream. And we're going also kind of to the basement. Bit of a tank bowl here, folks. I hope y'all enjoy it. Ah, good old diet and bibs. Alright, so we have the Anthracite Colliers and the Avalon Resurrectionists. Anthracite, Alberta, Canada against Cleveland, Ohio. So, Anthracite has quick pick in the lightweights. It is it's an overhead pick robot with 2 very, very long pontoons, kind of similar to Vacuity, just with less armor on them. Can be pretty good at pushing decisions and moving stuff around when it loses its pick as well. Avalon has Dane's Leaf in the lightweights. It is a rammer with a 2 fork style spikes on there. Despite being relatively underweight, it is very resilient and puts on a good fight, and has won a couple of fights too, so it's pretty decent. Yinzers Unite, yes. Pulling out all the Yuchi references, and there might be more coming up soon. Let's chat's prediction for this match. Fight, both. Thank you, Liam, for confirming there's been at least one ring out every week. Nice actually seeing flippers doing well, because last season we had a lot of flippers, but only a couple of them were really good. It's mostly quick pick. Couple people rooting for the underweight Dane's Leaf. Well, both these teams really need some points just for morale boost, so let's see which of these two gets on top. Dane's Leaf fits right in those pontoons on Quick Pick, and Quick Pick is going to town on the top of Dane's Leaf, but with the power of that axe, Quick Pick was tipped over, although it can self-right pretty efficiently. Dane's Leaf is able to push it up against the wall, and it's just holding it there right now, though Quick Pick does get down. More big hits to Dane's Leaf. He's gotten control board hits now, but Dane's Leaf has toppled the pontoon style lightweight once more. He's kind of holding it here right now. Dane's Leaf doing its best to keep Quick Pick at bay. Quick Pick has hounded it down, and another control board hit. The ablative extender has come off of Quick Pick, and it has gotten a 54-second knockout as a result. Quick Pick got rather lucky there. That pick was looking very close to getting into the weaponry on Dane's Leaf for a bit. But that is 3 points for the Colliers. Yes, as Tamabers put it, Goliath won. It's now time for our middleweight matchup. Oh boy, this could be fun. Yes, the rare sub 1,000 point KO, says Liam. Yeah, that was a bit rare, but you know, Quick Pick got it done. That's all you need. Alright, so it is time for the middleweights now. Anthracite has Tumbler in the middleweights, not like the website, completely different. It's a shell spinner, kind of similar to Mauler in a way with how it's designed here, but it's very defensive with ram plates and iron spikes, and can actually be pretty effective when it gets a lot of purchase, a lot of weight on its weapon. Avalon has Trishula for the middleweights. It is a piston poker with kind of a fork-style piston, 2 shooting upwards, 2 shooting downwards, that's all on a piston. It has been surprisingly effective. It's been the bulk of Avalon's points this season. Chat think Trishula or Tumbler here. Battle of the T named robots. Logan thinking Trishula's going to make up points and carry Avalon. Yeah. Trishula's gotten some surprising wins in its time, but do we think this will be another one of them, folks? A lot of people going for Tumbler. Well, a couple people going for the Trishula, though. Let's see if Avalon can get some points back at all. They're down 3 already. Ooh, Tumbler got up to speed, but Trishula immediately gets in and stops it. As going to town with that piston, but Tumbler is batting it away with its iron spikes on its shell. Already taken part of the weaponry off of Trishula. Most of it already. Able to just kind of deflect the piston poker. And now Trishula is weaponless and down a wheel. The defensive shell spinner is doing its job, wearing through the weaponry of Trishula. Tumbler really starting to pick up the damage on here, getting control board hits and getting the knockout in 41 seconds. Tumbler used its defensive weaponry at first to de-weapon Trishula and then to go in for the kill. Very versatile weaponry there. But that is another 3 points for the Colliers. They can no longer lose this match. Huge for them morale-wise. They had a brutal opening schedule, but they're really shown against some of the lower teams that they have what it takes to win. Just had a really bad schedule and a really bad division to be in too. But we are now to the heavyweights, folks. Glad to see Tumbler finally seeing success. Yeah, Tumbler can get it. Tumbler can be pretty good when it has ideal weapon matchups, but against like rammers and flippers and stuff, not what you can do. Anyway, heavyweights. The Colliers have Jackhammer in the heavyweights, a dual piston poker on either side with 3 sets of iron spikes on each one. Very effective wedge spike strip assembly in the middle as well. Also invertible and it's 4-wheel drive. Avalon has a Phalanx for its heavyweight. It is a dual rear hinge flipper with spike strips, kind of also a forky style chassis on there. Can be deceptively good at drawing fights out, but we'll see what it can do up against a robot just going straight in. We'll see. This chat thing's going to come out on top here. Fantastic. Quite a few people going for Phalanx, couple going for Jackhammer. I mean, Jackhammer probably has the weapon advantage. And while Phalanx can flip it over, Jackhammer is invertible. So, let's see which of these two ends up winning this fight. This is going to be very even, I think. Could be another long, drawn-out fight. Ooh, Jackhammer slid straight over the front of Phalanx, Dukes of Hazzard style, and now it's kind of stalemated with the side pontoons with its piston. Very slowly kind of trying to work through those pontoons there. Physics is not looking too happy with these two. I hope they're able to break this soon. There is some damage on the left side pontoon of Phalanx for sure. Jackhammer doing a little bit of grinding damage here and there. Oh, they both break the count and meet back up in the middle. Phalanx briefly got a lift on there, but it's not quite able to get the leverage on that spike strip assembly on Jackhammer. Well, Jackhammer's now in the grinder and taking a lot of grinding damage. Ooh, and Phalanx is starting to get under Jackhammer, not letting it get off the ground. Part of a piston has come off of Jackhammer, broke the count there. And it's now gotten underneath Phalanx. Both robots very steadily working away at each other. Smoke is pouring out of Phalanx now. That left side pontoon's taking a ton of damage from those pistons already. Both steadily working their way through here. With not a lot of drive power here, they're kind of stuck just stalemating and grinding out the win here. Well, Phalanx is kind of stuck on there. Ooh, there's control board that's now on Phalanx. I didn't realize it had taken that much damage already. Although it has kind of picked up Jackhammer by that mill spike assembly and moved it to the wall. Although Phalanx has lost most of its flipping arms at this point. Jackhammer's content with just poking away at it. Over time. Under a minute left, and Jackhammer's got to be careful here. If it wants to get more points, it's got to get the KO soon. Phalanx is doing a good job just pushing against those pistons, not letting it get those big hits on it. Trying to keep its control board intact. Ooh, another big hit there from Jackhammer. Another control board hit, but it's getting shoved back to the wall yet again. Both robots running low on power, both in drive and especially for Jackhammer's pistons. Ooh, Phalanx showed its back to it for a second. It's gotten Jackhammer back in front of it and towards the grinder. And it looks like with that lack of power, Jackhammer's not going to be able to get the knockout, and this will go to the judges. As I was saying with Phalanx, it's really good at pushing decisions. Combination of its relatively low drive power and flipping forks. But that definitively seals the match for the Colliers now. We will now take this match to the super heavyweights. Final fight of the first half of this stream. Solid fight, says Sinister. Yeah, that was a solid fight. It was just slow and low powered because the robots don't have a lot of power in them. Which just kind of is how it is. So it's now time for the super heavyweights. Big Boar is the Collier super heavyweight. It is a vertical spinner that's kind of chained in a way. It has one large spinner and has minor motors on the disc that spin around a drill. Can be very effective when it gets into stuff and has a pretty good ground game as well. Avalon has Excalibur in the super heavyweights. It is a heavy metal noise style vertical spinner. Two big vertical spinning blades on either side, and it kind of props itself up on its spikes, and its caster wheels kind of almost like this. So pretty much heavy metal noise from BattleBots. We're getting JDs, but no restarts, mentions Liam, so the stream isn't going as long. Yeah, actually, I don't think we've had really any restarts yet. We only had, I think, one so far, so... Very bizarre stream so far. Lots of decisions, but not a lot of pins or anything going on. People seem to be split on who they think is going to win this fight. Razor's still waiting for Big Boar to explode it with its physics, so... We'll see if that happens here, or which of these teams can get some points. Colliers already on a big point stake. Can they get more? Big Boar has been their big point scorer so far. Ooh, they met right up in the middle. Big Boar is using its superior drive power to shove Excalibur back to the wall. It's taken quite a bit of damage from those blades so far, but it is drilling away at the underside of Excalibur. Drilling right in at those caster wheels, too. Excalibur is now flipped over and is spinning downwards. Kind of dueling weapon to weapon. Ooh, Big Boar's already on control board hits. It was going right into that chassis on Excalibur. The caster wheels are now coming off of Excalibur. But Big Boar appears to have gotten the knockout in 33 seconds. Excalibur just wasn't quite able to get those blades into the side pontoons of the Big Boar. That's another 3 points to the Anthracite Colliers. They have at least 9 points, 10 after the bonus point, with an additional 1 potentially for a decision in there. That's going to be a huge day for Anthracite, actually. Where are they sitting in the standings? So Anthracite was at 32 points with at least 10 points. They're going to get 42, even though they're probably not going to catch 5th or 4th place in Division 1. Still a good morale booster for them after their really tough start. But that is going to be our final match of the first half. So we're now going to take our 10-minute break. Once again, shout out to our Patreon stream sponsors for sponsoring our stream and our crash page and everything. Your support knows no bounds. So yeah, it's time for our 10-minute break. Just quick 10-minute break, go to the bathroom, get snacks, get drinks, whatever you're going to do. I'm going to refill all my water because my voice is okay for the moment at least. And we're going to pick it up with the Moscow Mantines taking on Plan Z in the second half. We're going to have quite a few good matchups coming up soon, so pop back in after the 10-minute break and I'll be right back. We back, baby. Time to kick off the second half of the stream. What a weird first half we were having. I think we had 9 judges' decisions in there. Not a whole lot of physics issues, not a whole lot of pin issues, but a lot of long fights. Weird. But we get to kick things off really quickly in the second half. Let's get into it. Once again, thank you to our Patreon stream sponsors for sponsoring our streams and sponsoring our mysterious liquids and our RRL robots. It is greatly appreciated as always. All right. So we start the second half, as always, with the Moscow Mantines. And they're going to be taking on Plan Z, the Zeds. Oh boy. Alright, so the Mantines have Metallica in the lightweights. It is a very fast rammer with kind of a W shape of iron spikes in the front. It started the season 7-0 and it's currently lost 2 straight. Not going so well for it right now. It's still pretty potent as a rammer, and it is what we call speed metal. Plan Z has Geohash for its lightweight. It is a rear hinge flipper, but instead of using a panel or a spike or whatever, it uses a snowplow as its flipper. It's been surprisingly good. Like it's very much a pacifist. Doesn't really do a lot of damage or anything, but it's been pretty effective and put on a hell of a show this season. So, what do you think will happen, chat? I see Me57 has made it to the stream. Yes, the chat is purple right now. A lot of people seem to be going for Metallica, but I hope Geo has pushed on a show, says Mr. Circuit. Yes, that could be fun. Even in defeat, Geohash could be very entertaining. So let's get the second half of the stream underway. Ooh, Geohash got a huge flip on Metallica after it missed its opening charge. They're kind of just stalemating right now, although Geohash is throwing the rammer around quite a bit. Ooh, but Metallica was able to slide under the snowplow and is doing a lot of damage to the front of Geohash, just kind of pushing it along. But Geohash getting a very cinematic toss and throwing itself upside down there. That was very bizarre. I'm not sure that's how you win fights, partner. Metallica using its drive power to shove Geohash around a little bit. Ooh, but Metallica slid up the snowplow when it got mistimed and threw itself into the grinder very cinematically. They're both dancing around this grinder quite a lot. They've kind of gotten free now. Geohash trying to use that full body flip technique, but the snowplow has been removed now. Metallica's weaponry really coming in clutch here. More big hits to the front of Geohash. Trying to chase down the littler robot. Well, Geohash still trying to put up a fight and keep Metallica off balance. Ooh, but a massive hit there for Metallica. Control board hits now on Geohash. Doesn't look like this fight's going to go on much longer. It's not. That is a 79-second knockout for Metallica. It's back to its winning ways. But that was a hell of a struggle for her. My goodness. Geohash being as entertaining as ever. I see Captain Mantine is in the chat. He's very excited to see Metallica take another win. We'll see if the middleweight can do the similar one. Alright, so we are now on to the middleweights in this match. Maybe a highlight, says Zester. Yeah, that was actually a pretty good fight. I put it in the notes just to be safe. That was pretty good. But in the middleweights, the Mantines have Falcon Punch. It is very much trimmed down from last season. Cut down from a super heavyweight. It has 8 Iron Fist on it that just sits and spins in place. It's very well guarded wheels and can be very damaging. It's taking on a Planetary Conqueror from Plan Z. Quad overhead bar spinner with a bit of front defense. It's swapped out its 4-wheel drive for just 2-wheel drive this season. Hasn't been doing too hot. Not really sure this is going to go for them. This could be fascinating depending on how they meet up, because I think Planetary Conqueror's weapon is high enough to go over the Iron Fist and potentially catch Falcon Punch's wheels, but Falcon Punch could just bitch smack the Conqueror around. I don't know. Oh yeah, Chad is entirely on Falcon Punch's side right now. Unless PC manages to reach Falcon Punch's weapons, Mr. Striker. Yeah, it's possible, but let's see if it happens. See if Plan Z can get back in the match. They're already down 3 points. Ooh, it does look like Planetary Conqueror's weapon does reach over the Iron Fists, but it's not quite coming into contact with Falcon Punch. And Falcon Punch is getting hits on the chassis. It's going around the armor of Planetary Conqueror, but Falcon Punch has lost both of its wheels. The quad bar was able to get the wheels while it was spinning in place. The Conqueror is just going in now for the kill. It lost its front ramp plate, it's taken a lot of chassis damage, but it has de-wheeled Falcon Punch very efficiently. There's a T count going on right now, even though Falcon Punch has absolutely no way to drive out of this, so this is not going to be a pin. That is a 44-second TKO for the Conqueror. Just use its weapon to sneak over the hits while it was spinning away, and it got the wheels when it needed to. Fortunately, that is still only 2 points for Plan Z, so they are still down by 1 point in the match. Can the Mantines respond in the heavyweights? We shall see. Oh dear lord, this matchup. Yes, KJ pointing out, it's very similar to when Chemical X defeated Falcon Punch last season. It just had the reach to get those wheels in there. Different weapon type, but still the same principle here. I see a super chat from Tamabras, £5, and that's the bottom line because Planetary Conqueror said so. Yes. With full Stone Cold Steve Austin out there. Thank you very much for supporting us once again with your super chats, Tamabras. It is appreciated. Heavyweight time, though. The Mantines have 917. Yet another Lamar-style rear hinge flipper. It has 4 rear hinge flipping spikes in the center. Very fast, very aggressive, but has a lot of exposed chassis. Plan Z has Mad Train in the heavyweights, 6-wheel drive rammer with a battering ram of axe heads in the front. It's either all or nothing and throws itself around, or it's very tactical and wears stuff out with those spikes. What does chat think is going to happen here? Ah, yes, Nightmare. I've seen enough cars on railroads to know the train always wins. Will the car beat the train in this case? I don't think real rail lines have had to deal with cars that can flip shit over, so... It's indeed a KJ versus KJ moment. We have a lot of those. A lot of people seem to think it's going to be a sludge fest. Or at least 917 is going to win. Well, we'll see. Plan Z needs Mad Train to stay in the arena to get some more points here, get up in the match. What will happen? Will Mad Train stay in the arena? It does! The Axes were able to keep it in the arena by bouncing off of 917. The 917 is viciously attacking the underside of the Mad Train, who's stuck up against the wall. Not giving it any room to get down. Doing huge damage to its underside for sure. The Mad Train was able to get away. Ooh, a huge ram from the Mad Train there. Really taking it to that front wedge of 917. Those axe heads are doing good at actually warding off the flipper, so its Mad Train's not flying over 917 that easily. Ooh, another big toss from 917 there. The Lamar flipper's doing a good job of unbalancing the Mad Train, but Mad Train is persistent. It's actually gotten underneath the flippers now and is pushing 917 in return. Ooh, and it got to the wheels of 917 there. Probably did a bit of damage just brushing up against it like that. Metrain's got to get away from that grinder to have a chance. Once again, slides under the flippers of 917 when they got mistimed. Ooh, but 917's on control board hits, and it got a huge knockout blow. 70 seconds for 917. That was a very, very competitive fight right there. Both robots gave it their all. That train gave it a chance, but just wasn't able to overcome the flipping power. And that also seals the match for the Mantines. They have at least 6 points, and the best Plan Z could do is 5. Moscow really looking to get these points up after having some subpar weeks. Alright, time for the super heavyweights to end this match. The Mantines have the Bolshevik Barracuda, dual overhead kind of curve style axes with very sloped wedge in the front with lots of damaging components around it. Also 4-wheel drive, which so it's very sneakily fast as well. Plan Z has the giant enemy crab, dual kind of drum vertical spinners with spike strips that just kind of almost act like a rotary lifting device. It does more steady damage over time, but can still get some big hits in there. Also 4-wheel drive, very similar wheel setup on both of these robots. Main difference is I believe Bolshevik's wedge is burst mounted. It's a little bit better than Giant Enemy Crab, which is static. Also an interesting C-type matchup. You have a Barracuda up against a Crab. Most people just predicting Crab rather than anything else. I mean, that's fair. Crabs haven't been doing so hot. Carson and I lost earlier, so... Can Giant Enemy Crab bring it around for the Crabs? Maybe salvage some points for Plan Z here. We'll see. Let's get into it. Ooh, Barracuda was able to slide under Giant Enemy Crab at the opening charge, and it's firing its axes straight into the drills on Giant Enemy Crab. Physics has decided to throw a fit, though, and we're going to have to restart that. Oh boy, this could be a bit of a thing. That was all the spikes meshing together right there. Let's give it another go. Barracuda slides under the Crab again and is going to town at those drill spinners. The right side axe looks like it's going right at the motor. It's now smoking on Giant Enemy Crab. Physics got a little bit angry there, but they were generally okay. Ooh, my goodness. Yep, that's going to be a physics restart, my friends. We could be here for a little while. I'm going to have a tally going right now. So we are now onto 2 restarts. Giant Enemy Crab really does not like physics, even for as well guarded as those motors are. Ooh, this time the Barracuda misfired and Giant Enemy Crab slipped right underneath and flipped it over already. That's encouraging the Barracuda over to the grinder. It's on top of it. That left side wheel is definitely getting grinded on right now. Giant Enemy Crab just going to town, taking off some components on the right side of the Barracuda. Just gonna sit there. Can Barracuda get off? It's got a count on it right now. Might be high centered on the grinder. It looks like the Barracuda is not going to be able to break this. That looks like it's going to be a 32-second TKO because there was space between the two, and Barracuda was just not able to move as it was getting high centered on the grinder. So Plan Z is able to scoop some points out of that, but not quite. See, the reason I called that not a pin is because the sword wheel guard on Barracuda was on the grinder, was not letting Barracuda move. And even though like it was very much twitching, like it had plenty of space to move on either side, and it was not doing so because it was stuck on its wheel guard. That's why I called that. Does chat think otherwise? Disagrees. Yeah, it's definitely a difficult call, but no, it was a little bit more than that. Like it had the space to back up to the side and slide off to that, and it still wasn't fully in contact with the crab, and it was still stuck like that. And it was stuck on the wheel guard. It wasn't like it was fully mobile and was getting pinned by the crabs. That's why I called that. So we're gonna err on the side of caution, say that was a TKO victory. So it's 2 points for Plan Z, but Mantines still win 6-4 there. Alright, it is now time for match number 10. It's going to be no Beanie Robotics and Team Sanctuary. Sheringham Point, Canada, British Columbia, I believe, against San Antonio. Weird. So, no Beanie Robotics has non-binary star in the lightweights. Dual front hinge flipper with spike strips can be very efficient, but it has a lot of exposed chassis on either side. Really underrated lightweight, to be honest. Sanctuary has excavator for its lightweight, overhead crusher with an iron spike on there, has sword wheel guards going out the side, but a very narrow front wedge. Kind of similar to the Barracuda, just scaled down quite a lot. Chat seems to be somewhat split. Expecting a wedge stalemate, says Nightmare. That's possible. Nightmare 27 being the owner of Team Sanctuary. Excavator was surprising. It actually took out Metallica last week in rather surprising win, honestly, for how underperforming it's been. Let's see how this match kicks off. They briefly stalemated with the wedges, but non-binary stars slipped under the narrower wedge of Excavator and flipped it over right away. Excavator's wheels do touch the ground on the other side, but it obviously cannot get its wedge and its crusher into play as a result. Though they are both kind of slowly moving around here. Tiny bit of a microwave. Non-binary star is pushing to the wall now. It's got an Excavator to the wall. Not firing its flippers quite yet. Just kind of pinning the crusher. Oh, there's a count now, and it looks like this is going to be a pin. Because Excavator's not getting out of there. That's a restart. Ooh, this time Excavator goes right up the wedge on non-binary star. A huge tossing impact flips Excavator over, and non-binary star is kind of sitting underneath it right now. Oh, but it backs off, and Excavator does move out of there as well. Kind of met up again in an awkward way. Now they've kind of stalemated to the side of each other. Not much non-binary star can do to slide underneath Excavator. It can get under the weapon here, but it's not firing it right now anyway. Probably being careful to not trigger the Havoc's engine and go flying when it takes off that motor. Non-binary Star content with pinning Excavator to the wall, and this looks like it might be another pinning situation. Nope, it looks like they were able to get free of it. Non-binary Star not doing a whole lot with the opportunities it has here. Excavator's not able to tip itself back over and get upright again. It's crucial, really, that either of these two get more than 1 point in this match, because Non-binary Star's fighting for the division lead, and Team Sanctuary's fighting for 4th in Division 4, so letting this go longer is a bit of a bad idea.
There's a tiny scooter.
Neat. You should give it a hug. Now Non-binary Star's firing its weapon. It's taken the claw off of Excavator now, who has been able to get back onto its wheels. Okay, so now we actually have a bit of movement going on here. Although they have now stalemated with their wedges. Only 25 seconds remaining now. Non-binary Star pull anything out here? Or are they just going to stalemate? Oop, Non-binary Star got another hit on it there. Excavator up to the wall. And to the grinder now. And there's control board hits. It got another control board hit, but was that before time expired? It was not. Non-binary Star was not able to get the knockout before time ran out, so it goes to the judges. Excavator being a great troll and stealing points here from No Beanie. Alright, well, we technically do not know the decision of that match, or of that fight. So we will move on to the middleweights. We come across our feature match fight. I'll get that right one of these days, that's fine. This could be exciting. Yeah, that honestly might have been like the worst fight we've had this season. That was painful. At least it's in the past now. So, in the middleweights, No Beanie Robotics has remote control. Quad piston poker with iron spikes that come shooting out of the top of the remote. Can be very damaging, has a very high DPS, but has very exposed chassis and gets KO'd very easily as a result. Team Sanctuary has the undefeated RRL. 4 rear hinge flippers coming out of the center. Kind of somewhat guarded wheels on either side. And, as mentioned, it is undefeated. 8-0 currently. This could be a very interesting fight. What does chat think? Remember when all the Formula 1 cars in qualifying were slowing to a crawl because they wanted to slipstream and nobody got to finish? Yeah, that sounds about right. That's happened a lot. I saw that happen in, I think it was DTM. Or it was I think it was some sort of touring car series in Europe where they just held up the whole time and didn't let anyone go. A lot of people going for RRL here. I'm thinking it could be close because the way pistons work is they have some power going forward, but all the power going back. So I feel like remote control, if it fires at RRL's wedge, it'll go up the wedge, but then the pistons we're tracking will pull it back down so it can keep hitting the wedge. But we shall see. RRL's pretty good at throwing robots around. Let's see if the undefeated robot can keep its streak going. RRL does get underneath it right away. It took a huge hit to the top already. Remote control has been inverted and is already over at a grinder. It's shooting its pistons into the grinder. Already lost one of its iron spikes. And RRL seems content to just leave it there. Doesn't look like remote control is able to drive it all. It's also high-centered on its spike, so this looks like it's going to be a 28-second TKO for RRL. The undefeated robot remains undefeated, as it turns out. And that is 2 points to the Sanctuary. Now we go to the heavyweights, where we have some multi-bot chaos. Heavyweight time. No Beanie has the multi-bot Phobos and Demos. Phobos, dual rear hinge spike flipper with long fork wedges on the side. Demos is the overhead tri-bar spinner with spike clubs on there. Tends to get flipped over pretty easily, but these two can work together pretty well and rack up some damage on occasion. Team Sanctuary has Fire Prince. It is a dual vertical spinner with kind of forky stabilizing spikes on the front and to the side. It is the unluckiest robot I think we've ever seen. It's 2 and 7 and just loses in every way possible and just has a bad time. So, as Liam put it, how is Fire Prince getting bullied today? Oh boy. A lot of people seem to be going for Fire Prince. Nightmare reminding Fire Prince that there's a plan for this. Could be pretty good. A couple people going for the multi-bots. Let's see if Team Sanctuary can build on their lead here. Fire Prince has chosen to go after Demos first and has already flipped it over. But Phobos has already gotten Fire Prince up and inverted. And it looks like Demos was able to get a hit on one of the spinners as well. Fire Prince is now up by the grinder. I don't know how much grinding damage it took there, but it has kind of gotten free. Stuck on top of the fork wedges on Phobos, who's gotten control board hits already. Fire Prince took way more damage than I expected, and it's gotten knocked out in 30 seconds. That was very surprising. Fire Prince must have taken a lot of damage from landing back on top of that grinder there. That's not at all what I was expecting there. Interesting. Well, as we say, it's rough, buddy. And now No Beanie has the lead in the match 3-2 with 1 point outstanding. Now it's time for the super heavyweights. Oh boy. Fire Prince, more like Fire Peasant. Hey, you know, he's an exiled prince. It's okay. That's why he's getting shat on by every robot in the competition. Alright, super heavyweight time, and this could be a bloodbath. No Beanie has Ace of Spades in the super heavyweights. 8 axe arms. 4 from the side, 4 overhead. War pick style. Has 2 burst mounted wedges on the front and has some ram plates for defense. It beats the shit out of stuff. I think it's on an 8-fight winning streak, just getting nothing but knockouts. It's insane. Team Sanctuary has Comatose in the super heavies. 6-wheel drive rammer, lots of iron spikes and spike strips in the front for ramming, but it has a basic aluminum armor. It's not as strong as you would think. And pointing out, Sanctuary needs a KO to confirm they get a match win, but it's gonna be really tough here. Got everybody going for Ace of Spades. Some people think it's going to be a one-hit knockout. I counter with the fact that Comatose has those spike strips out front, and because of how long those are, the axes are going to hit the spike strips and the weaponry rather than the chassis first. It's going to take a couple of hits to get the right geometry to take out Comatose's control board, I think. Let's see which of these two can pull it out. Will Comatose survive? Huge opening hit. Ace goes right in at the spikes there. Comatose being very good about backing up and getting the rams afterwards. Staying underneath Ace right now, not letting it get around. It's gotten to the backside of Ace. And it's pushing it, encouraging it towards the grinder. Gotten one of the wedges off already. Ooh, it's gotten at least one side axe off, losing some of its weaponry now. Huge impact, took out one of the ram plates at the front of Ace. Comatose trying to be patient, but its lack of... Ace is taking off all the weaponry, and now Comatose's chassis is exposed. Comatose trying to just keep Ace off balance, getting some huge hits, but holy Jesus, that is a knockout in 43 seconds. Ace was not having any of that shit any longer. God damn. That was a very close fight, actually, but yikes. Welp. That is at least 6 points to No Beanie Robotics, one out with the decision outstanding, and Sanctuary has at least 2. So No Beanie making a case to get up to the Division 3 lead. They're only 1 point behind Sinister. Sinister's gonna need to come through in their match to keep the division lead. Everyone's saying Comatose did better than they expected. Yeah, Comatose put up a fight there. But Ace was having none of it after a while. It is time for match 11. Quora's thinking No Beanie's going to win their division. Yeah, I've been saying that from the start. I'm thinking No Beanie's got it, because Sinister's kind of gatekeeping some of the other teams in there right now, and as long as No Beanie faces Sinister, who they beat already, I think they got it. We shall see. Anyway, our next match. Egyptian Legends and the Rotterdam Invaders. Heliopolis, Egypt, and Rotterdam, Netherlands going at it. The Legends have definitely not Tut-Tut in the lightweights. It is a pyramid-shaped axe bot with kind of a Warpick style axe coming down. It is supposed to look like Tut-Tut from Robot Wars Extreme Warriors, but it's definitely not Tut-Tut. You don't know. You didn't see anything, alright, chat? Rotterdam has Kang in the lightweights. Dual side axe, Warpick style axe coming in. Highest DPS on a lightweight by far, has been like the whole season, but it doesn't win very often. It has very exposed front chassis, so... What are you doing here? Ah, Robert Bull has made it back to chat. We are starting match 11, my friend. You've missed some interesting fights so far. And a couple of really bad stalemate-y fights, too. Which isn't too bad, at least. Chat seems to be pretty split between these two, because both of them can get their weaponry into play very easily. Mr. Circuit's thinking Tut-Tut because of its shape and being able to hit weaker points on Kang. Well, we'll find out. Kang's side axes are lined up to hit Tut-Tut's wheels, so... Let's see who opens up this match with a win. Both of them get a huge hit on each other, although Kang has remained underneath, definitely not Tut-Tut, and got a couple of hits on the pyramid. Definitely unable to figure out how to swing here. Couple more big hits to Kang, but it keeps popping up in the air, and that's allowing Kang to strike from underneath. Although Kang has a ton of smoke pouring out of it now. He's taking huge damage from that overhead pick. Ooh, control board hits now on definitely not Tut-Tut. Control board hits on Kang. Both of them have been absolutely slaughtering each other so far. Kang is down a side axe, but definitely not. Tut Tut is definitely throwing itself in the air. Simultaneous control board hits there, and Kang got the win. 44 seconds. That came down to the wire. Wow. That could not have been much closer between those two. Sheesh. Alright, so that's going to be 3 points to the Invaders and a Fight of the Week contender for sure. My goodness. Ghost saying that's how you want to lose, though. Yeah, that was a very close fight, my friend. Really good. So we now move to the middleweights with the Invaders up by 3. The Legends have Thoth's Wisdom. It is another middleweight rammer, 2-wheel drive this time, but it has kind of V-shaped iron spikes on either side of its kind of H-shaped chassis. Very weird design, and while its wheels are enclosed and can get high-centered, it hits weak points on robots, which not a lot of rammers can do. The Invaders have Sleeve, 1 exclamation point question mark. It is an overhead spinner, but it's an asymmetric overhead. 2 hammerhead counterweights on one side and 2 spike strips on the far end. Pretty potent weapon, but even when its weapon goes down, it's a very efficient wedge and rammer. So, what we got here? Sleeve is a shot here. Steve is no sleeve. Yeah, I don't have my compression sleeve this time. It's okay. It's uncomfortable to wear when you're not bowling. I'm thinking Toth, but Sleeve's going to give us some trouble. Yeah, this could be a relatively even match. Chat seems relatively split, as am I, to be honest. It could be a very even match, but Rotterdam is ahead, so Egypt needs something big here. Stay in the match. Toth coming in rather patiently, keeping Sleeve stopped briefly. Trying to de-weapon the asymmetric spinner. Gotten some hits to Sleeve's chassis just from shoving it around here. It's doing a great job. Encouraging Sleeve over to a grinder, but it's taken some big hits to the right side now. Ooh, Sleeve is going to work on that right side of the chassis of Toth's Wisdom. Although Toth now comes back in, is still trying to go at the weaponry. Oh, it's lost almost all of its front spikes now. Okay. Sleeve's damage is definitely piling up. Both robots have taken a huge amount of chassis damage. But Toth is still using its drive power to impose its will on Sleeve. Oh, but the end of the spike has come off of Sleeve, so it's going to be horrendously unbalanced with just the counterweight up there now. And Toth is still maintaining control. Oh, Sleeve lost a wheel to the grinder. Toth was able to get it in there and get a wheel. Not entirely sure Sleeve's going to be able to break any counts here with the how the overhead spins. Ooh, there's control board hits on both of them now. Okay. Repeat of the lightweight match entirely. Another one on Toth. I'm not sure if that was from the grinder or from the spinner. It was from the spinner, and Sleeve was able to get a knockout in 90 seconds. Yet another very, very close knockout for the Invaders. Oh boy, another very close damage total as well. Yikes! This match is insane. Only 2 fights in, and both of these fights have been massively close. Alright. It's time for the heavyweights. Invaders can no longer lose. The best Egypt can do is tie. We're going to need 2 knockouts to do it. Oh, match of the week claims Tar. Absolutely. Just from those 2 fights alone, this is fantastic already. Fantastic. Alright, well, let's see what the heavyweights bring us. We have the Nile King coming in for the Legends. 3 rear hinge flippers with 2 sets of spike strips on either flipper. was pretty potent to start the season, but has kind of tapered off a little bit since then. It's kind of the heavyweight version of Dysfunctional Stepsister to a degree. The Invaders, though, have Pathfinder. It has dual front-hinged Bushido swords that are buried within the chassis, and has 2 grinding discs on either side to just grind stuff that gets on top of the chassis. Very bizarre weapon, but it's interesting. Invaders approaching the Magnums on point. Yeah, Invaders are trying to make up their way through the standings. They're not far away from making a push for a playoff spot. Should be a match of the week candidate, taken all into consideration. Probably not, because that's still arbitrarily based on fan vote. I see you mentioning, like, give each team involved a bonus point. It's still entirely based on fan vote, so, like, if somebody gets nominated for it, they're just going to vote for their team so they get a bonus point. Like, there's no reason to give an incentive to it. It's just for fun. So, and the whole reason I did Fight of the Week is so we could include the best Fight of the Week in the highlights to intrigue people into watching the full streams. People going for Nile King. LOC himself, the owner of the Invaders, going for Nile King, saying he's already spent all of his luck. We shall see. They're already up in the match, so all they have to do is not get knocked out here, and the Invaders win. Both meet in the middle. Nile King's wedge was lower as it is burst mounted. It already flipped Pathfinder over. Pathfinder tried to self-right, had to use Nile King flipping it over to do so. Nile King is just kind of mistiming its flips, but is still doing some damage over time with each flip, although Pathfinder's now gotten down. But Nile King slips under it again. Got another big flip on it. Ooh, but Nile King's ended up on the top of Pathfinder, who is going to town with those Bushido swords. Huge hits on the underside of the Nile King now. He's trying to self-right, but Pathfinder's making it real tough for it to do so. Ooh, but Nile King's firing those flippers down to do a ton of damage to the top side of Pathfinder, who is now smoking. Nile King lost a wheel to the grinder. Although it sounds as though... Holy shit, that was a huge hit from Nile King. Oh, that was a KO shot. I thought it got TKO'd there. There was a count on Nile King, but it was able to destroy Pathfinder before the count happened. Holy shit. So that's going to be a knockout for the Nile King. God damn, this match is insane. Fantastic back and forth. What the fuck are we watching? Sheesh. Alright, so Egypt has a chance to tie if they get a knockout in the super heavyweights now. I mean, there's a chance. This match is so chaotic and I love it. Yeah, this is a fantastic back and forth. I'm willing to say this has already been match of the season, Tara. Yeah, this has been insane. Even though there's been a lot of KOs going back and forth, these fights have been very, very close. Alright. So the Super Heavies, Anubis comes in for the Legends. Dual angled spinners on the front and rear. It is AI'd to use both of them as well. Very well-armored sides and everything on it as well. Has Snowplows to kind of try to be a ground game, but still isn't much of a ground game. The Invaders have Boolean, which is a piston flipper. Unlike Event Horizons from earlier, instead of firing arms straight up, it's ram plates that fire up at an angle to throw stuff at an angle out. Kind of similar to what actual piston flippers would be, but very large robot with lots of defensive features and stuff around it as well. What do we think is happening here, folks? Because Anubis needs a knockout here to tie the match. And Anubis hasn't been doing so hot this season. Tara calling Anubis by ring out. And calling for Boolean to do that self-ring out thing it did a couple weeks ago. You know, that's one way to seal a match. It's kind of dumb, but like, okay. Huh. Anubis has gotten in a lot of Fight of the Week contenders as well, so this could still be a pretty insane final fight. Chat seems unsurprisingly split, and some people are just straight up not even guessing anymore. Well, let's see how this chaotic match ends. Can the Legends do it, or will the Invaders remain supreme? Ooh, Anubis goes right up the piston flipper of Boolean, is upside down. It's demanding to be flipped. Boolean's trying to help it out there, but it really can't with the orientation it's stuck in right now. Both of them are kind of just stuck over here by the grinder. There's a count on one of these two. I'm assuming it's Anubis. Oh, never mind. Boolean got away, so it's not going to count anymore. Anubis is still spinning away, trying to do damage to the top of Boolean while it's upside down here. Boolean is firing those ram plates into the weapon motors of Anubis. Ooh, but some of the flippers and such are now coming off of Anubis. It's grinding into the top of Boolean for sure. Physics is starting to get a little unhappy. I'm going to need you guys to back out of there. They do. Boolean's down to only one ram plate remaining on its pistons, and the top of it's getting absolutely caved in. Anubis content with just grinding away from it at the top here. Wow, look at the top of Boolean. It's gotten absolutely caved in from that spinner. Oh, actually, I think we need to hang on. We need to restart here because the axe head on this spinner on Anubis is stuck in the ground, so it can't move right now. We're gonna have to restart it because that's why like it's hardly moving right now, as it's stuck underneath the map. But unfortunately, that's gonna be a Havoc restart here, and we get to do a take two. Started looking really chaotic though. Alright, what happens here? Anubis Dukes of Hazards over the piston flipper of Boolean, almost got launched out of the arena. Boolean's working its way over to a grinder with Anubis. Got it propped up again. Got it up against the wall. One of the angled spinners was briefly on top of it. But the large Anubis is hard to get out of the arena. Anubis is trying its best. Taking some hits to the top now from the angled spinners. Anubis doing a lot of damage to Boolean, just flailing around like this. Boolean's trying to get it over that wall, but it just quite can't. Ooh, but there it is, and Boolean has gotten a ring out here. 40 seconds, and the Invaders have sealed their match. Wow, that was insane. Holy shit. That entire match is probably going in the highlights because that was fucking insane. So, the Invaders have won 8-3, but the score is not representative of how that fight, like how the whole match went. That was insane. Very back and forth for all of them. Holy shit. Alright. Yes, piston flipper supremacy. Yes, the piston flippers are getting ring outs. I think that's Boolean second and 5 total for all the pistons so far. That's insane. Alright. I'm gonna drink to that. My fucking god. Oh shit, Liam pointing out that Rotterdam is now tied for the NYC Pride in 3rd place in Division 3. Big week for the Invaders. And they had to work for it, my god. Okay. I think it's now time to move on to match 12. And folks, I have bad news. We're going into the zone. Because the Spiderwolves are here. And they're taking on the C4 Circus. Dear God. Definitely a match I'm happy to lose this Ghost. Yeah, honestly, if you're going to lose, at least it's spectacular like that, man. That was fantastic. Alright, Chaos Edition, here we are. Night Vale has Kevin in the lightweights. It's a sit-and spinner with 3 damaging components. A ram plate at the back that doesn't really block anything, and its drive isn't lined up perfectly. But it wins fights a lot. It won like 6 straight before. I don't get it either. The C4 Circus has Clown Car. It is a 4-wheel drive rammer, 2 iron spikes in the front, and a ram plate over the top. It's basically a stick of butter, though. It has to be very, very precise with its rams, or else it's going to miss a lot. Holy shit, Liam, I just saw that reference. The Scary Door RRL edition. That is Night Vale entirely. They are the Scary Door. Oh boy. It's truly the battle of the Honks and Kevin chants here. Have we seen the Magnums yet? Asks Hex. No, we have not yet. The Magnums are in 2 matches from now. They'll be taking on the NYC Pride. Chat seems relatively split between Kevin and just honking for Clown Car, so let's see what happens here. Clown Car hasn't been impressive, and Kevin surprises the shit out of us, so what do you both have here? Clown Car misses its opening ram and took a couple of hits from Kevin, who's content with just hitting the side of Clown Car. Ooh, but Clown Car got a good hit on it there. Trying to keep Kevin stopped, but Kevin is getting up to speed and getting that right side of Clown Car caved in. Ooh, a huge ram from Clown Car right there. Kevin is slowly but surely doing damage to that right side. Look at how damaged Clown Car is already. Getting massively contorted from all these hits. Ooh, there goes one of the spikes off of Clown Car. Look, wow, that damage is absolutely piled up on the right side of the car. Practically folded the whole front end in already. What the hell are these textures doing? Holy shit. Ram plate is now off of Clown Car as well. Got another good ram on Kevin. You can see some damage on Kevin there, but the damage is definitely adding up on Clown Car. Holy shit. Control board hits now on the car, which has also lost a wheel, and it has now lost its control board. Kevin, you never cease to mesmerize us with your winning ways. Holy shit. Alright, well, that's 3 points to the Spiderwolves of all teams. Kevin deforming Clown Car. Look at how bent it is. It's at a complete angle like that. That's insane. Jeez. Alright, well, that is 3 points for the Spiderwolves, and the Circus are down. The Circus is in a dogfight for seeding in their Division 4 right now. And Night Vale is on the outside looking in right now for playoffs. If they put together some big weeks, they can have a shot, but they are the Spiderwolves after all. They're on a board for most chassis damage as Hex. Yeah, the Clown Car would probably win it. That was ridiculous. Alright, middleweight time. Spiderwolves have Sheriff's Secret Police in the middleweights. It is a triangle-shaped piston poker with a battering ram of axe heads on there. 4-wheel drive triangle robot. Doesn't have much of a ground game, but because of how the axe heads kind of collide with wedges, it can stalemate and do damage over time, so surprisingly good. The Circus has Noise Bomb in the middleweights, dual rear hinge spike strips, and dual Bushido Sword front hinge flippers. Kind of just lashes out like that and throws stuff around. Can be impressive, but has also kind of underperformed at times. It's a weird robot. So what do we got here, chat? What are we thinking? I'm seeing a lot of Noise Bomb already. Noise Bomb to shoot the sheriff, but not the deputy. Thank you to Mobbers for the reference. Main concern would be if the axes ram against the wedges too often. You know, if Noise Bomb misfires those rear hinges, that's very possible. That's how I think that's how Mad Train beat Tuka Chad earlier this season. So a lot of people still going for Noise Bomb. So well, the Circus is down 3 points, and they're gonna need some points in their division. Let's see what happens here. Can Noise Bomb come through? It's stalemated with the Sheriff, who is now poking to the side of Noise Bomb, although Noise Bomb has kind of gotten underneath the Sheriff. Although they've kind of locked into a microwave, and... Sheriff Secret Police has lost a wheel, but that iron spike on the side of the battering ram is digging into the side of Noise Bomb, who also has a spike strip digging into the side of Sheriff Secret Police. Alright. A slow, grindy fight here. Not quite what I expected. A lot of smoke pouring out of that motor where the wheel is missing on Sheriff Secret Police, though. Oh, there's control board hits. What the hell? That grounding damage apparently really piled up. That's a 41-second knockout. Okay. I'm not entirely sure how that happened, but just by stalemating with that spike strip into the side of the Sheriff's Secret Police, it was able to get control board hits. That's really weird. I'm wondering if it's because that spike strip was on a burst motor, so like while it was colliding, it was pushing it back, and that was apparently enough to register damage going back and forth. So, okay, weird. I mean, it's Nightvale. What do you expect? Doesn't matter if they win or lose. Weird shit happens. But that evens the match up at 3. And we now head to the heavyweights. And dear God, is there going to be death here? Nightvale moments, Discord. Yep, that was a Nightvale moment. Whether they win or lose, it's a Nightvale moment. So it's time for the heavyweights. Nightvale has Koshek in the heavyweights. Dual side axe with kind of cat paw claws almost, and dual claws coming over the head. It's a 4-wheel drive cat more or less. Has some defenses on the side and the back. Does not have venomous spines though. Missing out on that. The C4 Circus has random acts of violence. 4 side axes coming in on either side, has some static spikes in the front for defense, and a saw blade undercutter. Very bizarre and unique weapon type here. One of the most damaging robots in the league. I think it's still the most damaging heavyweight. I'm not sure if it's still the most in the league, but it's up there for sure. This could be vicious. Everyone calling for the violence. Lots and lots of violence coming up. Oh, Mini Duck, you've made it to the stream. Welcome, my friend. You were just in time to see Nightvale perform. They have been their typical selves, honestly. Nightvale doing its usual thing. Whole lot of people going for random acts of violence. Well, let's see if it's able to withstand the cat. I don't know why it's space again. Huge opening collision from the two. Kasha got some big hits on the top of random acts of violence. Although both of them are already losing their side axes very quickly. Those cat paws actually doing a lot of good for Koshek, although it's taking a lot of front damage from the front. And physics has decided that we gotta restart now. Oh boy, I was not expecting it to be that even. Let's see what happens in the restart. Both immediately open up swinging. Koshek has already lost its left side axes, but random acts of violence is losing its in kind. Ooh, that top claw coming in clutch for Koshek right now. It's hitting the top of random acts of violence. Absolutely caving it in right now. Random acts of violence is down to only 2 of its axes, but it's getting control board hits now on Koshek, and it has gotten a 23-second knockout. Ooh, that was very close. RAV took a ton of damage right there, but was able to get the knockout in the end, and definitely pad its damage numbers and DPS. I'm going to check what its DPS was after last week, really quick. It was at 149, which is the most out of the heavyweights, so it's probably added to that with 6,000 in 23 seconds. Sheesh. But more importantly, the Circus can no longer lose. They are up 6-3. Nightvale needs a knockout here to tie the match, and they have just the robot for the job. I tell you what. All right. Brief, violent, but very close to Zester. Yeah, a lot of the axe robots, whether it's from the side or overhead, very close and very short. We even saw that with the Legends match, too, in the lightweights. RV's DPS now 154. Thank you, Liam. Pointing it out. That was a cat fight, says Blacksburn. It kind of was, to be honest. All right, super heavyweight time. Nightvale has the almighty Glow Cloud, all hail. It is a quad saw spinner, 2 horizontal ones on the sides here, and 2 buried deep within the chassis that aren't supposed to do anything. They're literally there to troll you guys, but sometimes they do damage. It's really weird. The Circus has Freak Show in the Super Heavies. 4-wheel drive, has a vertical spinning drill that's on a piston that shoots outwards. Very unique weapon combination, kind of like Tantrum, but different spinning orientation. But it's got really well armored fronts and wedges. It's designed to really draw fights out and control stuff over time. So what do we got here, chat? I see Zester, Kevin, Burnout all hailing the mighty Glow Cloud. Love to see that. A lot of people going for Freak Show here. You know, this is a common occurrence with Glow Cloud fights, is people think the other robot's going to win, and they're probably right, but Glow Cloud is resilient. Even though it's pretty useless, it's resilient. It can draw fights out. Still a lot of people going for Freak Show, though, so we'll see if the Circus can get some more points. Or will Nightvale reign supreme? Freak Show goes right in at Glow Cloud, immediately slides underneath it, and is poking away with that drill spinner, encouraging Glow Cloud over to the grinder, but Freak Show itself is getting its wedges in the grinders, going for the large wheel on Glow Cloud, which it has now taken off, and it's about to take off the other left side wheel here in a second. It's gotten one of the horizontal spinners now. In full control of the almighty one. Freak Show very slowly getting Glow Cloud over to the grinder here. Has a bit of front protection, so I don't think it's taking damage from the grinder quite yet, although the horizontal spinner motor is definitely smoking from being in there. Freak Show backs off. Is Glow Cloud able to break the count? It does. It only has one wheel remaining. There's only the large wheel sitting over there. Although that large wheel has now come off courtesy of the grinder. Freak Show de-wheeling the almighty Glow Cloud here. And as Glow Cloud has no mobility, this is not a pin, folks. So, that is a 70-second TKO for Freak Show. Very efficiently getting those exposed wheels on the Glow Cloud. So that is going to be an 8-3 win for the Circus, 9 after the bonus point. That should keep them competitive in Division 4 right now. Let's see. We have 4 matches remaining. And we now move to the Division Leader in Division 4. Except for the part where we don't, because the game has crashed. Fantastic timing as always, Havoc Physics Engine. Once again, thank you to our stream sponsors sponsoring our Crash page and our streams. $10 tier, you can sponsor the streams, literally helping us keep the lights on and keep the internet running and letting us do what we do. We cannot thank you guys enough for that. Also, let us have some more of these mysterious liquids. So, always appreciated, my friends. We're actually moving on to one of our patrons' teams right now. Also, I'd say fitting that the game crashes immediately after a Nightvale match. Anyway, as I was saying, we are on to the Division 4 leaders, Pink Chaos. And they're going to be taking on the Perth Hellrazers, which is run by our patron, Razor259. Alright. Well, Pink Chaos is opening up with Firestarter in the lightweights, asymmetric overhead spinner, sledgehammer counterweight, iron spike on the other end. Very similar to Ursa Minor from earlier, but different chassis orientation. The Perth Hellrazers have Stone Imp in the lightweights. It is a vertical spinner, 4 razor tips, and a bracket wedge that kind of props it off the ground, kind of like so. It has been one of the best lightweights this season, truthfully. Been carrying Perth the whole way, to be honest. That's alright, because the Hellrazers could use some help right now. Mini Duck pointing out the new episode of Battle Bus Champions was good. Yes, it was fantastic. Thank you for not spoiling it, by the way. We will keep spoilers out of chat for right now. A lot of people going for Stone Imp, calling it's the only one that's going to score points here for Hellrazers. I mean, we'll see. Firestarter has a surprising amount of reach with that asymmetric spike, and it could clip a wheel, who knows. Let's find out what happens. Both robots up to speed and meet vaguely in the middle. Ooh, that's actually interesting. The spike has come off of Firestarter already, though, but that Sledgehammer counterweight is at the perfect height to hit the disc on Stone Imp. It's going to have to be careful of that to not lose the disc in here. Although it has now removed everything from Firestarter, so Stone Imp is just playing with its food at this point. Okay, Firestarter in so bad the motor's practically out of the robot. Control board hits and a 34-second knockout for Stone Imp. Padding those DPS numbers, baby. And perhaps not that surprising, the Hellrazers open up with 3 points with their best robot. Fantastic stuff. Also worth noting, the owner of Perth Hellrazers, Razor259, built what is essentially an IRL replica of Stone Imp and has actually competed with it recently. So that's actually really cool that we have IRL RRL machines. That's really cool. Fantastic stuff. Stone Imp officially #1 lightweight. Yeah, that sounds about right, actually. I think by record it probably is. Oh yeah, especially with Nightmare Fuel getting that decision, yeah. Alright, well, Pink Chaos enters the middleweights with Overthrown. Dual front hinge spike strip flipper, one of the most potent last season, pretty potent this season as well. Has wheel guards this season, though, to try to give it a little bit of help. The Hellrazers have Marauder. Overhead tri-bar spinner that's at a bit of an angle because of how the motor sits on it. Very exposed wheels, though, and has pretty much no ground game. And its drive power has been a bit of a problem, too. We've seen a couple of times where it's down to one wheel and it can't break the TKO count because it's not has enough drive power, so. Marauder looks like one of those robots that should be a lot better than it is. And I'm honestly wondering how much of that is just the really exposed wheels. I don't know. Everybody going for Overthrown here. You know? Yeah, Overthrowing being Marauders as Black Spurred, yes. Well, Pink Chaos needs points to get back in the match and maintain their Division 4 lead. Let's see if they can do it. Overthrown comes in, took a huge hit from Marauder, but it's already gotten underneath it and propped it up on the wall. Yeeted the horizontal spinning motor out of the arena already. Now Marauder is weaponless and parked on the wedge. Well, there's a physics bomb there. I would like them to get out of there soon, please. They have walked over to a grinder. Huge toss again from Marauder. It's parked on top of the wall, and it is high centered on it. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh boy. This is going to be a bingo square for somebody, because Marauder is perched on the wall and is not going to get down. And that's going to be a 47-second TKO for Overthrown. Notably, though, even if Marauder fell over the arena for a ring out, that's still 2 points, so no points lost there, but it did the thing. Well, that's one way to lose, I guess. Although, with that, the Hellrazers still lead 3-2. KJ will be most pleased that he's not the only person to have a robot lose in that manner. Sheesh. Now time for the heavyweights, and this could be interesting. This Bleach vs. Vika moment for sure. But now it is time for the Battle of the Bear Arms, as Cora put it. Pink Chaos has Second Amendment in the heavyweights. Four-wheel drive rammer with iron spikes that kind of point downwards to fight against wedges, some pole spikes, and by popular request, bear arms, of course. It is invertible and has actually been really good this year, significantly better than last season, actually. But the Hellrazers have Revenant. It is a dual overhead axe, kind of with like raptor claws almost. It has two bear arms to kind of corral robots in front of it, and a ram plate for a bit of defense. It can be pretty good against a rammer considering there's no top armor or bottom armor if Second Amendment gets inverted, so this could be a reasonably close fight, folks. Chat seems somewhat split. Couple going more for Second Amendment. I mean, Second Amendment's been pretty impressive. Revenant has been underperforming. We'll see which of these two gets it. Crucially for Perth, if they get a knockout here, they can't lose. Actually, they straight up win if they get a knockout, so Perth is looking good against the number one in the division right now. Big opening ram from Second Amendment. Revenant misfired and ended up on top of Second Amendment's top, who's just kind of wearing it as a hat right now. Okay. A very demonic hat moment. Oh, but Revenant has now spun free, and they meet up once more. Now those Raptor Claws are coming into play. Huge hit on Second Amendment there, but Second Amendment got Revenant over to a grinder. Although it has rear defense to protect the side. The ram plate has come off of the front of Revenant, and it's actually using its rear armor to deflect the blow from Second Amendment right there. Damage is definitely starting to pile up on Second Amendment, though. Bear Claws are coming off every which way now. Revenant was briefly caught on the grinder. It's now taking it to Second Amendment, who lost both of its bear arms. The Second Amendment is slowly getting revoked here, folks. Second Amendment's trying to go for the wheels of Revenant, it looks like, but Revenant is staying persistent and firing those axes as it can. There goes the other Bear Claw off of Revenant. Ooh, it's got some big moments here on Second Amendment. It lost one of its Raptor Claws, but it's going to town on the rammer. It's gotten control board hits now. Second Amendment's trying to hide underneath Revenant so it doesn't kill it. Oh, but you idiot! Second Amendment suicided into the grinder, and it has lost in 87 seconds by knockout. You dumbass. Well, that is a match win for Perth. That's what that is. Because they have 6 points, and the most Pink Chaos could get with a win in the next fight is only 5, so the last place team in Division 3 just beat the number 1 team in Division 4. Sheesh. Well, I'll be damned. And now it's time for the super heavyweights to conclude this. Yes, everyone praise Razor. His team is finally winning. The Hellrazers look fucking fantastic. I absolutely love what Razor's done with the aesthetic on them. They just don't have the same competitiveness that some of the other teams have because they're more aesthetic. But, like, goddamn, can they pull out some wins sometimes. Why are so many bots KOing themselves on the grinders this week? I guess there's something in the water. Alright. Super heavyweights. Pink Chaos has Dysfunctional Stepsister. 8 rear hinge flipping spikes and some wheel guards on it. It has been monstrous this season. I think it's 8-1 right now. It's completely rebounded after last season being mediocre as hell, and it's just been kicking ass the whole time. The Hellrazers have the Baron of Hell. It is technically a rear hinge flipper with a spike in the center, but it's more or less a 6-wheel drive ramming gladiator type of robot. Got the horns on the side and lots of spikes in the front for fun. So what are we thinking, chat? Do we think the Hellrazers have some more magic? Do we think the Baron of Hell will no longer be the Baron of getting stuck on shit? Quite a few people going for DS. Baron does not have the ground game, says Liam. I mean, it's not much of a ground game. It does have the singular spike, which, depending on how it meets up with Stepsister, it could, maybe? But, like, it doesn't really matter because it's mostly ramming anyway, so... Generally, everybody's going for the flipper. So, a lot of people calling for a tactical sludge fest. Well, see what happens. Huge opening toss from Dysfunctional Stepsister has inverted Baron of Hell. Baron of Hell is using its singular spike strip flipper to cave in the top of Dysfunctional Stepsister. Stepsister not firing its flippers here for some reason. That's bizarre. Has backed away from the invertible Baron of Hell and broken the count. Huge toss again. It is having none of the Baron of Hell shit and has exiled it from the arena in 24 seconds. Okay, that was looking mighty bad at first, and Stepsister's like, no, you're not tainting my record. Sheesh. What a toss. So that's another 2 points for Pink Chaos. So the Hellrazers have won this match 6-4 over the #1 team in Division 4. Hell yeah, Razor, good for you, man. And at least you got to lose in a cinematic way, right? Yes, good match, says Esther. Yeah, that was a good match. Nice back and forth for two teams. And that looked like a top-heavy matchup, and, you know, the last-place team pulled it out. Really good to see. Liam pointing out the Perth is now tied with the Legends. Fantastic. We're now into match 14, folks. And I hope y'all are hungry, because the ice cream team is here, the Wiltshire Magnums. They're going to be taking on the New York City Pride. Hell yeah. So, the Wiltshire Magnums have Acidic Lemon in the lightweight. It's a dual front hinge flipper with razor tip spikes, although it has a very steep wedge on the front, so it's not the most effective of flippers. It's very good at drawing fights out. I think it has the longest fight time out of any robot in the league by a mile. Really good about forcing teams to only score 1 or 2 points. But the NYC Pride have Bicerabot, sporting the bisexual colors. Rear hinge flipper with 2 spike strips in the middle. Hasn't been doing that great. Even though it did get a win last week, it's been pretty shit. So, NYC really needs some points here because they're currently tied with the Invaders. Invaders got a really good week, so that's what happens here. There's a tiny spider crawling around on the monitor up here, and it's really funny. As long as it's not a spider wolf, we're okay. But we don't know. Yeah, chat seems kind of split. More so going for Bicerabot, it looks like. Some people say it's going to go to the judges. I think that's pretty reasonable. Bicerabot has the ability to flip Acidic Lemon, but Acidic Lemon can self-right, although Bicerabot cannot. Your sister casting spells, asked Razor. You know, that wouldn't surprise me knowing her, honestly. Let's get this match underway. Wiltshire's, these two are really fighting for playoff spots right now, so very important matchup for these two. And they stalemate on the logo. Fantastic. This is every BattleBots fight over the last 5 years. I feel sending spies. I love that. Yeah, just sitting on the monitor, just hanging out with me right now. Oh, they broke the stalemate, and Bicerabot had the opportunity to get under Acidic Lemon, although they've kind of returned in kind and are kind of stalemating now. Oh, hello, Rookie. I see you are in chat. Ah, yes, the great Edward Spizba. I remember him. Acidic Lemon's gotten Bicerabot over to the grinder and gotten its left side wheel off, and just kind of pressing the flipper into the corner right now. There's a count right now. Bicerabot drove its other wheel into the grinder and is about to get TKO'd. You dumbass. So many self-suicides into the grinder this week. My goodness. Well, that's a 63-second TKO for the Magnums. All right. Acidic Lemon didn't need very many points there, now did it? Yeah, what is this week? I don't know anymore, man. It's weird. And it's gonna get weirder. Oh, Spider Chan is moving. I don't know why I call it Chan, whatever. Definitely some form of witchcraft at play this week. I blame Rookie. It's always, if there anything weird happens, it's Nightveil's fault. Let's just put him on them. Alright, so middleweight time. We'll see if there's any better. The Magnums have Mint Chalk Crusher, dual vertical drill spinners on either side with razor tips on there. The most damaging middleweight by points total right now. It's actually been sneakily good for Wiltshire so far. The NYC Pride have Panther for its lightweight, sporting pansexual colors. 4-wheel drive rammer. It doesn't know how to stop, just face plants into everything. Has pretty high DPS from running into shit, so we'll see how this goes. What does chat think? Chat is relatively split. Panther can certainly break the drills here, says Logan. Yeah, definitely could. If it lines it up right, but it's got a lot of juicy wheels for Mint Chalk to go for. And they're gonna eat mint chocolate. I wonder how Panthers could actually eat mint chocolate. I know I love mint chocolate ice cream for sure. Let's get this fight underway. See if NYC can come back. These two are in a hot division race right now. Huge opening ram from Panther. Got it propped up on the wall. Got some big hits on the drills of Mint Chalk, but not done a whole lot else so far. Those drills on the Crusher are actually... Holy fucking shit balls! That's a physics glitch and a half. Alright. Thank you, physics, for joining us once more. Alright. Let's try this again, shall we? Fuck. Huge opening ram from Panther. Again, got Mint Chalk back against the wall. Shoving it towards the grinder. Got a hit on the wheel right there. Another big opening impact. And, ooh, Panther got caught in the grinder and is now losing wheels. Stuck on top of Mint Chalk, who's just content with grinding away, using those spikes to its advantage. Panther scurries away, but it's not able to ram straight right now. Although it is kind of using its iron spikes to de-weapon the drills on Mint Chalk Crusher. Mint Chalk doesn't have the greatest drive power, although it's now gotten the other side wheel off Panther, so it can only spin now. Got some of the claws off it. Now Panther is smoking heavily. Mint Chalk is going to town right now. Absolutely eating up Panther. It's not how we expected this to go. In the RRL, the ice cream eats you. Mint Chalk going to be able to get more control over it. It's only got 3 spikes left. And Panther's doing its best to get away. Oh, Panther over to the grinder, and Physics has decided to be a dick. That's going to be a restart, unfortunately, because Panther should not have been in that position getting thrown up in the air. As much as that should have been, as much as like that KO happened there, that's a restart. Like, it just is. Huge opening ram from Panther. Didn't do a whole lot of good this time, although it's encouraging Mint Chalk into the grinder. Did some damage with it. For sure. Definitely using its superior drive power right now, although it exposed its wheels and has now lost one at the drill spinner. And Panther accidentally drove in the grinder itself right there. These grinders are bot-friendly this week, huh? Just kind of trading weapons. Panther kind of tumbling around the arena with its drive power. It lost its other side wheel to the grinder now, and Mint Chalk is bringing its own grinders into play now. And they're just trying to scurry away. Well, it's using its spikes to de-weapon Mint Chalk a little bit, but it's now lost one of its bear claws. Panther claws, I should say. Some more spikes are coming off of the Mint Chalk Crusher. Only a minute in, and it's a bit of a weird fight so far. Panther has all of the drive power and can move very easily, and Mint Chalk is very slow drive. Now Panther is smoking from all the damage it's been taking. Does not bode well for its control board health. Mint Chalk is definitely piling on the damage. Almost all of the spikes have come off of the drills of Mint Chalk Crusher, though. Panther using its kind of sideswipey technique to de-weapon the drills. And now Mint Chalk is weaponless. Not a whole lot either of these robots can do right now, huh? Panther's still trying to swing those remaining iron spikes around to get a bit of damage on the de-weaponed drill spinner. Well, it's got to be careful not to throw itself into the grinder again. It's now removed one of the discs on Mint Chalk and exposed the chassis in the front. I'm not sure Panther quite has the ability to go in for more impacts right now. It's going to have to do a lot of work to get more damage done on Mint Chalk's chassis. $30 seconds left. 30 seconds for these two to potentially make a mistake. This is indeed a cripple fight. I mean, kind of. It's more so that just Mint Chalk is slow and can't keep up, but that's okay. The last of the discs has come off of Mint Chalk Crusher, but it looks like we are going to be taking this to the judges. So many goddamn decisions. And it's always when I'm soloing and not when Mike's here. Gotta love it. We will get with the judges and see how that decision goes later. But for now, we move to the heavyweights. Yet another multi-bot matchup coming up here, folks. Oh boy, this could be fun. Oh, it's actually our final multi-bot match of the stream. God damn it, OBS, why do you do the things that you do? Give me just a second, folks. Fucking dumb shit. Where the fuck, shit-ass cock? There we go. Alright, let me reset really quick. Yeah, OBS is really dumb with how it does stuff here. Alright, now we're going back. And Nathan, I see you've joined the stream. How have the fights been today? This week has been weird. Been a lot of bullshit going on. A lot of weird fights, a lot of really good fights as well. A lot of robots killing themselves on the grinders. You know. Typical shenanigans from the Robot Rampage League. Alright, back to where we were. The Magnums have the multi-bot Banana Splitter and Cherry and Creamer. Banana Splitter, 3 overhead axes coming this way. Very well-made wedge chassis on this robot. Can really push decisions when it loses its weapon, and is obviously the main weapon carrier in this multi-bot cluster, because Cherry and Creamer is just a box with wheels, basically. Mostly just there to get that spectacle point if they ever go to the judge, let's be honest. But the NYC Pride have Transfusion. Triple front hinge spike strip flipper, 2 burst wedges out the side, 4-wheel drive, and it is undefeated 9-0. It has been a menace, and it's taken out multibots already. This could be pretty insane. Pretty much everyone going for Transfusion here. A lot of people saying, yeah, it's going to get 10-0. We'll see what happens. Multibots could surprise them. We don't know. Transfusion goes after Banana Splitter first, and just shoving it around with its superior drive power right now. Cherry and Creamer trying to be a little dick and get underneath it, but not really working as Transfusion is now flipped over Banana Splitter and Cherry and Creamer passively. Those burst wedges are too wide for Transfusion to get under Banana Splitter on a perfect charge. And now, because it's going after the mini-bot, Banana Splitter got a couple of hits on Transfusion. Ooh, a huge hit there from Transfusion. It's gotten Banana Splitter up on the wall, but it has gotten down now. Transfusion absolutely caving in the side of Banana Splitter. Control board hits now, and it has tossed it away and knocked it out. It's now going after the mini-bot. Dear God. We'll need to take this off the air. You have to censor this whole fight for beating up such a child. Control board hits now on the mini-bot, and that's going to be a 54-second knockout because both robots were knocked out, so that is the full 3 points. Sheesh. Oh. Very nice of Banana Splitter's 12 points to make it an even damage total of 333. Well, we now have a 3-2 match with an impending decision in there. NYC is up, which they were, I think they're up ahead of the Magnums by only a couple of points right now, so really need to get some more points here to build a lead. I think it's so good since Mini Duck. Yeah, Transfusion is like the one super competitive robot that Mike wanted to have, and it's pretty competitive as it turns out. Alright, so super heavyweights to conclude this match. The Vulture Magnums have Ice Cream Sandwicher. It is one of our 2 3-weapon type robots because it has dual horizontal spinning side axes that come in like this, and 2 rear hinge spike strip flippers in the middle. Deceptively good wedge and can do damage when you're not the least expecting it. But the NYC Pride have Friendly Fire sporting the NB colors. Dual vertical spinning disc with a burst wedge and some armor, but very exposed wheels on the side, which is almost as if some side spinners could hit those. What's chat think's gonna happen here? Couple going for friendly fire so far. Oh, it's also kind of call rear. We might have a de-wheeling, says Corey. Yeah, the Queen of Wheels might be very happy with this fight. Ashley, I see you've made the chat going for friendly, of course, because they are repping you. Let's see which of these two wins, because the entire match essentially hangs right here. It's only 1 point with a decision otherwise, so. Ooh, Ice Cream Sandwicher was able to get underneath Friendly Fire and toss it up in the air. Friendly Fire is definitely doing damage to the front, but those side spinners are coming into play for Ice Cream Sandwicher. It's gotten at least one of the front wheels on Friendly Fire, but its front end is getting caved in like all hell. Although it's getting the wedges off of Friendly Fire right now. The side spinner's doing a lot of good for Ice Cream Sandwicher keeping in this fight, but it has taken a lot of control board, or not control board hits, but a lot of chassis damage. Ooh, now it's taking control board hits, and it's gonna get knocked out in 37 seconds. Very unfortunate for Ice Cream Sandwicher there. It did not have the same defensive features that Friendly Fire had, so even though it did more damage, it was mostly to armor, as it turns out. So, the NYC Pride have definitively won this match. They have at least 6 points. The Vulture Magnums have at least 2 with an impending decision in there for 1 going either way. We'll see how that shakes up the standings because these two are right next to each other. NYC definitely built its lead over it. But remains to be seen where Division 3 is going to shake out this week because it's been chaotic. We are now to our penultimate match of the stream. It's going to be Powerhouse Robotics and Teme Permanganate. Yes, the last of the crabs. NYC is tied with Sinister at 58 points. Ooh, Sinister is going to have to do some work, I see. Which I doubt they will, smile. Alright. So, Powerhouse Robotics enters the lightweights with Impact V6, 4-wheel drive rammer, 2 razor tip spikes in there, but it has plastic armor, so it's not very durable, unfortunately. Team Permanganate has Chloe the Crustacean, dual side axe war pick style with a singular spike in the middle for a bit of defense. Very compact, damaging robot. Our last of the crabs this stream. Permanganate has been making some moves in Division 4. Like, they lost, I think, their first 4 matches, but have either won or tied everything since then, so they're starting to get into the playoff picture in Division 4 now. Pretty much everybody going for Chloe. Liam saying, brace for impact? I mean, hey, there could be an impact. I don't know what kind. Let's see what the crab ends up doing here. Does Powerhouse have a shot? Impact comes in. Got at least one hit on the front of Chloe, but Chloe is digging into the front of Impact already. Impact trying to push rather than ram. He's got a couple of hits on the front of Chloe, but its armor is getting absolutely caved in right now. Chloe turned around briefly, but there are now control board hits on Impact, and that's going to be a 25-second knockout for Chloe. Impact actually did a lot more damage than I expected there, but plastic armor only gets you so far. A quick 3 points to Permanganate as we move to the middleweights. Ashland, this is why DSA is good, don't use plastic. Well, I mean, while DSA is really good, kind of can't do that if your robot's overweight in the lightweight, so you gotta make it plastic to make it lightweight. It'd be like that sometimes, you know? So middleweight time. Powerhouse has Side Strike in the middleweights. Dual side axe robot with a very good snowplow in the front. It was pretty effective early season, stopping stuff with the plow and just killing it from afar. Been on a bit of a downturn, but it's still getting there. And Team Permanganate has Quasar in the middleweights. Vertical drum spinner, essentially, using Bushido swords instead of spike strips. Very wide forky wedges on the side, and it's a very fast robot. Who does chat think is going to win this one? This could actually be a somewhat even fight, depending on how they meet up. People seem to be going for Quasar. A couple for Side Strike here and there. Might be able to snipe the motor, says Liam. It's possible, although Quasar does have an iron spike kind of protecting its motor, so it'd have to be a very fortuitous impact, but it could. Let's see if Powerhouse can get some points back. See if they can stick it to their division rival. Ooh, Quasar was able to slide underneath Side Strike using those forked wedges to get under the side of it. It's now wearing a Side Strike hat. Alright, oh, they got down now. That's taken off the right side axe on Side Strike. Kind of pressing the robot into the wall now. Although it does look like Side Strike was able to clip that wheel guard. Ooh, Quasar was briefly in the grinder. Those fork wedges seem just far enough in order to prevent Side Strike from moving. Although that side axe is getting into the side of Quasar, who is now smoking it on control board hits. And it has knocked it out in 43 seconds. Quasar, what have you done? You were not paying attention, partner. Tried pinning Side Strike to the wall, but it left that right side exposed. And Side Strike was able to pull out the come from behind victory. And that is a retaliatory 3 points from Powerhouse Robotics. Very surprising indeed. But it's heavyweight time. Surgically precise at that, says Mr. Circuit. Yeah, that was very precision impacts getting in there. Alright, well, heavyweight time. Powerhouse Robotics has Death Grip for its heavyweight. Dual overhead axe with kind of a couple of spikes coming out. It's more like a clamp rather than an axe. Has stuff up on the wedge and just clamps down on it with a lot of damaging components. Can be pretty good, but has a lot of exposed chassis. Permanganate has Roadman for its heavyweight. Quad saw spinner in the front. Has very good fork wedges going outwards, and it has a very sloped chassis in the back. Very interesting robot. It can actually do more damage than you think it can. So we shall see. What does chat think is going to happen here? A lot of people going for Death Grip so far. Death Grip's got a lot in order to get through Roadman's front. Yeah, there's a lot of components to get through to get to Roadman's chassis. And Roadman, I think, might have a better ground game with how its forks are configured, but Death Grip could just prove us wrong and get under it. Who knows? Let's see which one of these teams takes control of the match, as we are now tied at 3. Ooh, Death Grip slid under the front of Roadman. Got at least one hit on the saws, and is pushing it over to the grinder and wedging it underneath the grinder. Absolutely going to town on the 2 left side saws, although it's lost part of its left side axe. Absolutely going to town and getting into the chassis of Roadman now. Although now Roadman has gotten underneath Death Grip and is grinding away with its saw spinners. So what I was worried about is that narrow front wedge on Death Grip would slide right up those forks on there. Roadman just kind of grinding away, slowly working down Death Grip's chassis. You can see it's starting to cave in a little bit on the left side. Well, I think these two might need to back up soon to break a count. Roadman's got a count on it, and it does break it, but it was able to stay under Death Grip, at least briefly. Although, Death Grip was able to get to its side. It's kind of locked up sideways with it. It's trying to fire those axes in there. It's gotten the left side wheel off of Roadman now. Even with a partially severed left axe, it's still able to get some damage in. The grip is now broken. Ooh, and it slid up the front of Roadman. Be careful there. You can't just charge in against this thing. And now it's on top of Roadman's forks. The other grip is taking a lot of grinding damage to that left side of its chassis now. He's gonna have to back up or do something to get out of here. It's smoking now. Those saw spinners are no joke when they can get under you and just hold you there. Under a minute left. Both robots have taken significant damage. Death Grip was briefly in the grinder, although it had a wheel guard there, so it did not lose its right side wheel. "30 seconds. Which of these two is going to come through at the end here?" Oh, Death Grip has lost its right side wheel now. The wheel guard and the right side wheel has now come off. Oh, it didn't even take off the wheel guard. It just took the wheel straight off. Okay. Both robots are now down to one wheel and spinning in place as time winds down. And this is going to be yet another judge's decision. So many judge decisions so far, my goodness. Can definitely tell by those damage numbers how much those saw spinners were doing to Death Grip, my goodness. Alright, but for all intents and purposes, pretty much, we don't know where that point's going, so we're still pretty much tied. It's going to be up to the super heavyweights to decide this match. Thank you, mysterious beverage. You were tasty. Alright, it's time for the super heavyweights. Powerhouse has Karaboss as a super heavyweight. Dual rear hinge flipper with incredibly good fork wedges on the side. One of the best wedges in the entire league. Very large robot that can be very controlling at times, but doesn't have a lot of weaponry to deal with. Permanganate has its namesake, Permanganate. Overhead raptor claw style, but a very defensive front setup with it. Burst wedge in the front, stabilizers on the side, and has two self-righting extenders on either side, on the top. This could be interesting. What's chat think? Seem to be a lot of people going for Permanganate, a couple going for Karaboss. Relatively split, unsurprisingly. Generally seem to be more people for Permanganate. It does have the more damaging weapon, but is it going to be able to use it effectively? Let's find out. Time to end this match. Ooh, Karaboss was able to get under Permanganate and lift it up in the air. It's kind of gotten to the underside of it now. It's trying to turn over the axe bot. It's not quite able to get the right leverage with its weapon, though. Backs off to put Permanganate back on the ground. Although Permanganate is now slid underneath the wedgelets and is taking one of the wedgelets off. Now the axe is going to town on the left side of Karaboss. Although the flipping segments have taken off the burst wedge on Permanganate, who has also taken off one of the flippers of Karaboss. Karaboss has definitely taken a bit of damage here, but it's now lost both of its flipping arms, and the axe has come off of Permanganate. Okay. So now we essentially have two weaponless robots, although Permanganate's using its drive power to shove Karaboss into the grinder. I'm not sure if its side protection's coming in here or not. It's hard to see what how it's deforming to that side. Karaboss able to break the count. Permanganate's trying to shove it back to the grinder. So now they're just about even. That singular remaining wedge on Karaboss is doing it some good here. Now the Permanganate is just a wall. Both robots kind of trading back and forth here. Karaboss has taken a lot of front damage, but has managed to de-weapon the axe bot. As we are now at a minute left. Karaboss illustrating great control, shoving Permanganate back to a grinder again. This Karaboss's game, honestly, is getting stuff on that wedgelet and just shoving it around. Makes it really infuriating for other teams to try to score points on Powerhouse. Seconds left. Permanganate's trying to do its best, exercising some aggression and control, but Karaboss is really having none of it and not looking that much worse for wear. Permanganate has now gotten the left side ram plate off of the corner of Karaboss and is shoving it back to the wall once again, but it is going to run out of time. Yet another judge's decision. So we have absolutely no idea who just won this match because there are two impending decisions and both teams are tied at 3 otherwise. So we'll find out who wins that match later in the week, huh? It's also 13 judges' decisions on the day. Sheesh. I believe it is also the record. I think we had 11 to start the season, so... I can't wait to judge all those in like Tuesday or something. But we are now moving to our final match of the stream. It's going to feature the lads out of Rosmitl pod Tremsinem taking on Death Valley Sinister Creations. Mini Duck is leaving. Thank you for joining the stream while you could, Mini Duck. Feel free to catch up on anything you missed later on. Alright, time to kick off the final lightweight match of the stream. The lads have 1 o'clock is its lightweight. Undercutting horizontal spinner with razor tips on the end. Can be pretty damaging when it's at speed, but when it gets stopped, it can be a bit of a pushover at times. Sinister Creations has Cavity Search, which is a kind of a fork-shaped style robot, kind of like a Viper Kit, but instead of just being a wedge, it has a giant fuck-off drill on the top of it. Weird shit. What are you predicting, chat? One o'clock is 2.5 hours late, says Razor. Yes, it is 2:35 here, so 1 o'clock is still late for me as well. That's what a lot of people seem to be going for, though. There's a couple going for Cavity Search, mostly for divisional reasons, I'm sure. I know Nightmare's in a fight with the lads right now. Let's see what happens here. Both of these teams desperately need points right now. Ooh, they meet in the middle. A huge hit to Cavity Search's side, but Cavity Search is getting that drill spinner into 1 o'clock's weapon motor and is now smoking. And the weapon has now come off of 1 o'clock. Cavity Search's drill was just at the right height to take it out. Now the extenders come off of 1 o'clock. Cavity Search's drill is doing work now. Slowly grinding away at the front of the weaponless 1 o'clock. Looking a lot like Brickface right now, 1 o'clock. Not really doing Botbuster proud. Both robots split, break the count, and go back into it. Now his control board hits on 1 o'clock. And Cavity Search is slightly entangled in the tri-bar right now. But it's still able to drive and annoy 1 o'clock. They both break briefly. More control board hits from Cavity Search on 1 o'clock. And just pinning it to the wall right now. Oh, Botbuster, my friend. You have made it just in time to see 1 o'clock happen, my friend. I'm sorry for doing this to you. Well, now Cavity Search is stuck on top of the wheel on 1 o'clock. This does not bode well. Because I'm not sure Cavity Search is going to be able to remove this wheel. They're also getting close to the Havoc's bomb on the floor. Okay, they did break it at least. Cavity Search going in again. It's gotten a wheel off of 1 o'clock now, and there is the final control board hit. It's going to be 108 seconds. Yes, 108 second knockout. Crucially, though, that is 3 points for Sinister. It was looking bad for a second. If they continued slowly moving like that, that was going to draw out the fight, maybe do a decision, and that would be really bad for both teams. We now move to the middleweights. It's one of the more interesting ways you've seen bots locked together. Yeah, a little odd. Alright, we now move to the middleweights. The lads have Shock Therapy as its middleweight, 3 piston pokers with a rack of razor tip spikes and swords out to the side. Can be very damaging, but is pretty exposed pretty much everywhere else on here. Sinister Creations has Cycloid. Dual side axe, kind of Warpick style axes with 2 spikes in the center and ramp plates over the top. Who does chat think has a shot here? Quite a few people going for Cycloid. Cycloid because of his armor, says Ashlyn. Yeah, we'll see. Cycloid has not been historically good against piston pokers, though, so my confidence in it is waning. Cycloid's also been pretty poor this season. Got a couple of wins, but not doing great. Oh, it is mostly Cycloid in the predictions, though, so let's see if Sinister can build their lead, if the lads can get back into this. Me versus TDG. Big opening hit from the piston poker going right at the front of Cycloid. Already taken off both of its side axes, and it's now going to town at its chassis and front spikes. Smoke absolutely pouring out of Cycloid. Both of the spikes in the front have now come off. And it's now getting control board hits, and that's Cycloid dead in 20 seconds. Turns out armor doesn't mean shit if someone can go right through it. A retaliatory 3 points for the lads. That's going to move the lads up, I think. I think Liam said they were 1 point behind Team Sanctuary, so that will be very good for them. We shall see how the heavyweights retaliate. Lads Robot 1, says TK. Yeah, it happens on occasion. Shock Therapy is a bit of a wild card. Either it gets completely destroyed or wrecks everything in 20 seconds. Alright, heavyweight time. The lads have Tukachad, a dual rear hinge flipper with mostly non-damaging components, but has 2 spike strips on there and a very armored top side to give it a little bit more armor. Not a whole lot on the side, though. Sinister Creations has Omnipresence, a sit and spin flail thwackbot, 4 flails on either end, and has some damaging spikes in the front and rear for ramming purposes. Sinister could lose top spots, says Razor. Yeah, there's a good chance they have to score, I think, at least 6 points to do it. And I mean, they already have 3, but like, they have 2 fights to score anymore, and I don't know if they will. Omnipresence should have no trouble here, says Logan. You know, it shouldn't, but I'm pretty sure it will, because Tukachad is surprisingly good this season. It's actually been very underrated. Pretty much all of chat's going for Omnipresence, but we'll see if it lives up to your expectations or not. Omnipresence tries to get up to speed. Tukachad did get it up in the air and has kind of gotten it perched on its wedge. Omnipresence is still trying to spin to get out of there. Omnipresence has now gotten free and up to speed and is caving in the right side of Tukachad, doing a lot of damage to its exposed right side and taking some of its armor pieces off. Huge impacts again, hitting the flipping arms when they're up as well, popping up in the air and everything. Omnipresence is actually losing a lot of its flails, but it's taken off both of the flipping panels off of Tukachad, and it has now taken out its control board in 39 seconds. So Sinister has avoided the match loss. They've gotten 6 points. But the lads can still tie. Yeah, another bot too slow to do much, says Mr. Circuit. That's the thing with Sin Spinners, is you need something that's really fast and with a wedge so you can just get under there before they start spinning. And unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of robots like that in the league. Not you, with the lads. Although it would be funny seeing them take on Comatose again. I thought I saw Omnipresence's flails on the ground. There were a lot of razor tip spikes though, so they probably lost the static spikes, is what I was seeing actually. Okay, final fight of the stream. The lads have Rhino, dual overhead axe robot, but unlike the other ones, it has 2 very, very long axes that reach out and kill you from afar with it when you get perched on its long wedgelets. One of the higher DPS robots in the league, to be honest, because it kills shit very quickly. Sinister Creations has Eldritch Horror, our other 3-weapon type robot. Rear hinge, side, and front hinge flipper all spiked. It's like a bear trap coming up like this. Although it kind of sucks at doing that. They kind of just flip sporadically instead, so Could be better than it is, for sure. Most people going for Eldritch or Rhino here. Rhino to tie the match and force me to live in agony. I don't live in agony when Eldritch loses because I fucking hate the thing now. I was so hyped to watch Eldritch Horror before the season, and it is nothing but a disappointment to me. Still a couple that have faith in Eldritch, so let's see how this match ends. Can the lads tie the match and prevent the bonus point from being scored? Here we go. Eldritch got under the wedgelets of Rhino and is tearing up its underside right now. Rhino's wedges were not quite low enough, as it turns out. Eldritch is trying to press it back, but those axes are kind of preventing it from moving. It's now gotten inverted and lost one of its axes. Eldritch is still trying to move it around the arena. Trying to slide under the side of the axe robot, having a very difficult time. Those snowplows are like razor thin on the ground too. Has a bit of a second ground game after losing its wedgelets. Although Eldritch is absolutely tearing it up. Both wedgelets are now off. Rhino is just perched in the air. Smoke pouring out of the axe bot now. Ooh, there's control board hits now. Those hits from Eldritch have really been piling up. Another one there. One of the snowplows is now off of Rhino. And that is going to be a 65-second knockout for the Eldritch Horror. Cthulhu coming in clutch for Sinister Creations, as it turns out. So that's going to be a 9-3 match win for Sinister Creations. Eldritch heard your comment, and this is the rebuttal. Yeah, honestly, you know, maybe that's all I have to do is talk shit about my own robots, and maybe they'll perform. Weird. Just say Spinna the best you can. I can't. My voice isn't happy enough with me right now, so... Anyway, that is going to be it for this week of the Robot Rampage League. What did you guys think of this week? It's been an absolutely ridiculous week. Most judges' decisions, bots killing themselves on the grinder constantly, some amazing fights in there. What were some of your fight of the week candidates? I only have a couple written down right now. What were some of them? Because, like, I want to make, like, one of the Egyptian Legends Invaders matches in there, but, like, that whole match is going to be in the highlights because it was incredible. Like, I don't even know which one to pick. They're all candidates, really. Craziest week yet, says Razor. Yes, it was pretty crazy. Thank you, Irrational, for joining the stream. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Rookie offering to make me more tea. It's not quite as bad as when I actually lost my voice, but tea would not be bad. How many JDs in the end, says Hex? I believe we were at 13 following the Karabas decision. Revenant versus Second Amendment. Ooh, that was actually a good one. I'll throw that in there as well. And, like, I could add, like, literally everything from Invaders versus Egypt. That was insane. Breach versus Immortal Corruptor, even though I'm totally biased. I mean, I kind of am too, because I have Immortal Corruptor there, but that one was another very good fight. That also went the distance. That was pretty cool. Right, well, we're at the fun part of the stream where I get to plug stuff. So, for those of you who are not in the Discord, you can join us in the Discord. The link is in the description. We have all sorts of channels to talk about the Robot Rampage League. We have a discussion channel discussing each week's activity. We have the builds channel where we're showing off builds that we're either improving upon or making for potential next season. We have a social feeds channel where we put out social posts as the captains of the teams, kind of thematically and everything. It's very fun stuff throwing in there. And we have the fan zone where we have, like, various fan games and fan art and stuff, like bingo squares and everything. I know Logan, the 9 of 51, has been doing haters guides for a bunch of teams, so that's been really fun to read through. You can follow us on Twitter at Robot Rampage. We put up the standings and everything on there. We'll put up the poll for Fight of the Week there. It'll also be up on YouTube when that goes up live. And if you want to follow some of the IRL bullshit we're building, you can follow us on Facebook at Heavy Metal Robotics. We're going to have some new stuff probably popping up there once it goes on Patreon for the top tier subs first. And if you want to support on the Patreon, that's in the link too. You can support whatever amount you want. We have $1 tiers, $5 tiers, whatever works for you guys if you choose to support the league. So, with that out of the way, I believe we have reached the end of this week. So, thank you everybody for tuning in and watching the absolute insanity we had this week. I appreciate it once again, especially when I'm soloing. We will see you next week for week 11. Speaking of, here is your fight schedule. Take care, everybody.